So is this what you call the greenhouse? Actually, more like underwater. It's crazy. Hello, all you peoples. This is Mikoy. Welcome back to another episode of the BLT podcast. I am your high energy, charismatic host. And sitting next to me is the grounded, detail oriented analyst herself.
Okay, 2004 here, and are you quoting the AI summaries of your videos?
Yes, that is what Google AI says, and you know what? It's pretty freaking accurate.
Not really.
I am your everyman, you are the technical expert. Alright, last time we covered week 1 and we predicted week 2. Week 2! Whoa boy, what a shit show.
I mean, that's kind of always the case for week 2s, isn't it?
I mean, nothing that's more egregious than this week, considering what we know of, and looking back on hindsight, it's kind of like, what? Let's get to reviewing, shall we?
We shall, as much as we dread this.
Alright, yes, because all 48 games have been played, so yes, we especially dread this. Alright, first off, we have a tie between the scripted Slow Bros and the Pillsbury Fido Boys. Well, 2 ties for the first 2 weeks. Okay, alright.
You don't have to rub it in, but it's more of a miracle that we tied this week than last.
Okay, well...
Much more of a miracle.
Well, let's go...
What the hell happened in those last 2 games?
Well, let's talk about them one by one. Starting with EA Nasir versus D-Wagon. This could have been played better. So, turn 1, we saw Rabambi using skill swap, swapping the abilities with the Hatterene to set webs. However, it was paralyzed by its own stun spore and died to its psychic noise on turn 5. Then, on turn 6...
See, the first misplay here was, I guess, well, you can even argue it's not necessarily even a misplay, just he didn't really expect it. Like, Dwagon was saying, damn, I should have expected the skill swap. I should have just led Hatterene or something.
Okay.
Or, I don't know, he was just saying he should have expected the skill swap and played around it and not allowed the webs to be set, because that was a pretty big detriment.
Okay. And then turn 6, we saw the Lunala missing the power herb and getting paralyzed with Nuzzle. However, it's still...
Which was nice. But Lunala still kind of crapped all over the team a bit.
Like, Luna still killing a trend though before losing to Kyogre after it dodged the Origin Pulse once on turn 9. And then turn 12, we saw Koraidon Terra-Firing and defeating Lunala, dying to its life orb while chipping Arceus as King Gambit sucker punched Zacian to death on turn 18. And then towards the end game, we saw the Koraidon Terra-Steeled but got taunted, but still managed to kill the Arceus Fairy as Iron Shreds killed it in return on turn 23, killing the Arceus ground and winning Nasir this game.
We should have healed the Arceus. Turn 15, we should have recovered.
Ah. Yeah.
Also, we unfortunately made a bad decision, a bad last-minute change to that Arceus set. It had Will-O-Wisp originally, but in game it did not.
Ah, you could have used the defensive thingamajiggy.
We could have burned the King Gambit if we still had it, damn it!
Well, unfortunate that you had to get rid of it so you can use something else. But hey, how unfortunate.
Yeah, and like if we could have just burned the King Gambit, then yeah, we wouldn't have had to. We maybe wouldn't have lost.
Yes. So that earned.
And if the Arceus was healthy, we wouldn't have lost to Iron Treads.
Yep. And that one was an unfortunate thing. And that.
So basically, I guess the main thing here is that Arceus did not recover.
He did not.
So yeah.
Just let it die to low out. You were expecting a judgment, so you would kill it either way. How unfortunate.
Well, no. The reason Dwagon used Judgment is because he felt Recover was predictable.
Ah.
Which, and like, if Nasir did predict Recover, he could have Sword Stanced and then just killed the Arceus.
Yep.
And that would have been worse.
That would have been worse for it. But alas, Ian is here 2-0 in Ubers. OU, we have Inertial Initiative versus Radu. Well, this one was mostly a Garganacle game, from what I remember. First turn, though, was a pretty bad omen. Because beat up
it was.
Because beat up Weavile managed to crit twice and kill the Ogre Pawn, which then led to Iron Treads removing Great Tusk's item on turn 13, while Hatterene paralyzed the Slowking. And then, on turn 22, we saw the Great Tusk defeat the Iron Treads, dying to cure him as Weavile crit kills the Zamazenta with Triple Axle. And then comes the end game where Weavile manages to defeat the Garganacle on turn 40, while Petulant defeats Hatterene, poisoning the Terra Ground Kyurem to defeat it and win Hellray this game.
It was still gonna be hella bleak anyway, but we should have recovered with Garg. We should have allowed it to live a bit longer to have any sort of shot at this.
You wanted to play the long game.
Sir, we literally did not have any other way.
You had to outstall him instead.
Although, again, I said it would have been hella bleak even if we did do that, because let's go over this. Let's go over this.
Oh.
He's got by this point, he's got the full health Petulant, he's got the full health Garganacle, he's got the full health Dragonite, and the Petulant, as we can see, it gets 2-hit KO'd by Ground Terra Blast, but like that means it gets hits off either way, and Terra is still available on
Radu's side.
on Rumble's side. Yeah, it's still available. He could just defensively tear on the guard, and then it's just over. And like, he probably has the full health Dragon Knight. That thing could very well have the E-Speed, and like, yeah.
It was unwinnable either way. Hellray still had the major advantage, and
yeah, like as I said, preserving the guard to like draw this out, chip things a little more, possibly open a path for Kiram to reverse sweep. That was basically the only line we had left, I think. But it still didn't look terribly likely given the circumstances and resources Hellray had left.
Hellray managed to outplay this very well. Alright, next up is...
And it sucks, because we actually had good brings here. Kiram looked good here, and Covert Cloak Hat was also a pretty good bring since he brought Garganical.
Yeah, you had good brings, but I think Hellray's had the clear advantage.
We had an advantage since turn 1, where we were immediately a month short due to double crit.
Yeah, Hellray definitely got lucky there at the first turn. Alright, next up, we have the next OU game, where we saw Leroy Pollux defeat Kafka. Man, your OU success has not been very good. Very slow looking game. Look at the mons he has. You'll see what I mean.
Are you talking about Kafka or Leroy here?
Both of y'all. Both of y'all slow looking ass. Ignore the Cinderace and the and the potentially speedy Cresselia or Volcanion. I don't know. Orlando.
That's not a speedy Cresselia, are you kidding?
Love.
That's not a speedy Volcanion.
Trick room meisters.
You're calling potentially speedy mons on a trick room team, boy.
Yes. Turn 4. We saw the Goodra. Hisui use Flash Cannon, while Hatterene manages to survive it and set up Trick Room. Pivoting to Ursaluna.
To survive, as if it probably wasn't Sash.
While the Terra Normal Ursaluna comes in, just does big damage. And then turn 13 was where the first kill happens, where King Gambit manages to kill the Goodra. Almost double that turn later, we saw the turn 26. We saw the Volcanion survive the Kyurem's Earth Power attempt, while Kyurem then frees Hoopa on turn 29, before it thawed out on turn 30 to kill it in return with Psychic Noise. Didn't even know Hoopa could carry Psychic Noise, but it makes sense. And then,
a nickel for every Hoopa that got frozen this week. I'd have 2. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that happened twice.
And then the end game, we saw the speedy Cresselia set Trick Room.
Why are you calling it a speedy Cresselia? We've been over this.
Which Lunar danced to heal the Ursaluna. Managing to damage Clefable, who Terra-steeled and set up Cosmic Power, but dies. Well, switches out, then keeps dying, as Kafka kept losing mons in the end, in which Ursaluna sweeps and wins. You have any thoughts?
Not really. We just kind of weren't built for this.
Leroy is now 2-0, so congratulations to him. Next up, we have the third OU, in which WSSI beat JoJo Wee. And I can sense PokeArt is going to rage quit. I mean, I think she rage quit at the game, when she was watching the game. Did you?
Yeah, a little.
The heat was still on this. So,
look, it's a little frustrating when some of your team is like, okay, I think we got this, I think we stole this, and then immediately after that is said, you know what happens.
Turn 4 in this game, we saw the low kicks Terrabugging defeating the Iron Valiant, which is, well, actually, no, that's bad, because your Mons lost. Two Mons of your loss.
Yeah, that's bad. This low kicks is bad. This matchup is bad.
As Cinderace then court changed to remove hazards until it eventually died to the Iron Moth. And then, turn 12, we saw the Raging Bolt boosting itself very nicely, defeating the Iron Crown before it eventually died to low kicks, as King Gambit tanked the Ursaluna's Fire Punch to kill it with low kick. And then we saw turn 23, we saw the Zamazenta boosting the Iron Defense, killing low kicks on turn 23 before Alamamola tried to do something but ultimately failed, as it got paralyzed and then ultimately got defeated and won. WSSI this game was due to
That's such a vague description. Hell, you made it sound like the Zapdos got paralyzed.
Well, Zamazenta lost because it got paralyzed and it was confused. Parafusion.
Come on, actually describe what happened, man. It got paralyzed due to static, then Hurricane confused it, it hit itself in confusion, and then it got full para'd immediately after.
The full para into confusion, into paralysis, and then confused, and then yeah. Zapdos won.
If one of those things, like either one of them, didn't happen.
Yeah, which was very unfortunate for JoJo Wee, as he could have won otherwise. The body press would have hit a lot, but yeah.
And it's especially frustrating given the matchup was difficult from the get-go, and he played so well to get to this winning position, and then he didn't win just because he got unlucky.
Yeah, poor JoJo Wee. He could have won otherwise, but that was unfortunate. Alright, next up is what the fuck moment number 1.
Yeah, what the fuck indeed.
What the fuck moment?
I don't recall many times where I've been this perplexed watching a game, and so perplexed at the fact that it was won.
We had the UU atrocity that was taking notes kind of versus One Last Kiss. Okay. So things happened in a really weird position starting from turn 4. where we saw the Quagsire miss Toxic on Latios. Keep that reminder for
I
later.
would just like to say life-saving Toxic, actually. But that doesn't really excuse taking notes kind of losing, because, like, he had so many other opportunities to...
We'll get to those opportunities when we get to them. But Quagsire did manage to Toxic the Rotom, as Clodsire toxics then the Donphan, while Mandibuzz removes Weavile's item by turn 13. It removed its Choice Band. So turn 20, we saw the Scizor managing to survive Mandibuzz's Foul Play to U-turn, while Clodsire tanks the Arcanine Hisui's Flare Blitz to Oko it on turn 33, which I thought was pretty nice. Actually, pretty bad for you, but pretty nice in the.
That was bad. We were like, no, we're cooked.
So turn 35, we saw the Terrifier Weavile then beating the Avalugg before dying to the Mandibuzz. Terrifier Weavile, definitely an odd choice, but
Yeah, we had mixed feelings on that, because we were previously screaming at the top of our lungs in game discussion chat, Terra Steel! The Latios! Oh my god!
But it chose to Terra Blast Terrifier the Weavile instead. I mean, leave it to...
I mean, it's not the worst thing. The Avalugg is dead, and that's actually pretty good. But, like, you understand why we would be screaming for the Latios to be Terra Steeled, right?
Yes, I do. So...
because they can't poison it, and it's, steel and immune to ground. It just comes in on either Claude or Quag. Like, it has no reason to fear them anymore if it Terra Steals, But we didn't Terra Steel, and we're like, why aren't we Terra Stealing?
Well, leave it to One Last Kiss to perform some of the most miracle plays, even though they don't make sense. So...
Oh, man. I don't know. I mean, yeah, we played well and all, but, like, taking notes, kinda. What the hell, man?
So, Mandibuzz then dies to rocks, and yes, as PokeArt did mention, Donphan removes the hazards before dying to poison. And then...
Yeah, that was good. That was happy. That made me happy, because it was nice to see the Donphan actually outsped the Blissey.
And then Latios manages to beat the Alola Muck with the Draco Meteor after...
Did you... I guess you already talked about Mandibuzz dying to rocks, but, like, did you mention what got Mandibuzz in that position in the first place? This was another questionable thing.
Okay.
This is very questionable. Did you mention how the Weavile, it uses triple axle on the Mandibuzz and it just
dies.
Takes it?
Yeah.
It survives, sure, but, like, why did it just take that?
What?
Why did it not, like, Terra or something?
I don't know.
Why did he just allow his hazard removal to just die like that? Well, not die just yet, but, like, it was essentially dead, because it would have to switch out and it wouldn't be able to come back in and remove hazards. Like, why did he do that?
It's an odd way. It's an odd decision. It's an odd series of turns. That,
to my knowledge, a lot of Mandibuzz run Terra Steel.
They do, or Terra Poison.
Why? What?
I saw some Terra Poison ones. Against Toxic.
I guess that makes sense. Yeah, but wait, no. But you're immune to Toxic when you're Terra Steel too.
Yeah. I mean, Terra Steel is the better one, but I've seen some Terra Poison ones.
That seems kind of... I don't know, Steel seems better.
Anyway.
Yeah, why did he not, like, Terra that or switch or something? Why did he just allow that to happen? Why did he freely let both of his hazard removers just die like that?
I don't know. Leave it to the mind of the one who played. So then Latios then kills the Alola Muck after missing a Draco Meteor once on turn 50. Then Latios after
why did he let the Muck take all that? Why did he previously let the Muck take all that damage in the first place?
I don't know. He should have preserved his Muck.
What turn was it? Did you mention it? It was turn 40. Why did he switch in the Muck and allow it to take the full brunt of a Draco Meter when he had Blissey? And I know you don't really want Blissey to be in on Latios too long because it has Psychic Noise, but you should at least let it take the big hits so your other Mons don't have to. Blissey can take them quite comfortably, Muck cannot. And like, what? So like, why would you not let Blissey take it? And then like after Blissey takes it, you can just pivot into Muck there, because Latios' special attack is now greatly lowered, and Muck is no longer really threatened by it. Especially because Latios could, in theory, use Psychic Noise immediately after, since there's a Blissey on the field, and then you pivot him up for free, basically.
But it's also the fact that probably because the Alola Muck couldn't really touch the other guys, like Donphan resists it, Scizor of course resists it.
Mikoi, you're acting like it's useless here. This thing's got knockoff, and it can it probably has rest and stuff.
I guess. Maybe, I don't know. He should have preserved Muck either way. I think he should have let Blissey take the Dracos and the Psychic Noise, even though it allows it. You'd have to do some big switches. But yeah, and then turn 53, we saw Quagsire, who at multiple times should have been able to get off a Toxic on Latios, didn't, and got crit killed by a Draco Meteor. Lol. So Clodsire, leave it to the...
Wait, what?
Turn 50.
What are you talking about?
Psychic Noise, sorry. Psychic Noise.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it took the Psychic Noise, got crit killed by it, despite having multiple chances to Toxic it in the long run. And then so it then leave it to the Terra Ghost Clodsire to Toxic it this late in the game. And then Blissey ultimately dies to the Psychic Noise.
Genuine question. Why did he Terra the Clodsire on that turn when it was already low and not the previous turn?
Easy.
I mean, sure, I don't think it would have made that much of a difference, but still.
I don't know. Leave it to the mind, I guess.
And how come it's Terra Ghost? Usually they're Terra Dark.
Usually they're Terra Steel or Terra Dark or...
Yeah, it's Dark. Dark is what comes to mind for me, because...
Terra Ghost, I guess, because... Terra Ghost because Rapid Spin blocker.
But... Avalugg, I've seen... that seems like a better candidate for Terra Ghost.
I guess. But... yeah, questionable turns from Taking Notes kinda allowed One Last Kiss to secure a Easy? Dub?
Every time One Last Kiss Hard switched in the Latios in front of like Quagsire, my heart would stop a bit because I feared the prediction of it coming in and getting toxic, which, that almost happened very early in the game, and, well, he just didn't try again, I guess.
Yeah, again, very dubious circumstances, but good on One Last Kiss for winning! Yay! The Glaze... Somehow, yes. The Glaze will never stop. Alright, next is RU, where we have Sulfura beat Aatrox. Oy, Dios mío, what happened here? So, turn 11 was one of the more interesting turns here, where we saw the Muck using the Sleep Talk and then removing Empoleon's competitive boost with Haze, which I thought, nice of him to remove the boosts, I guess. And then we saw turn 21. We saw the Cresselia Terra Poisoning while Breloom Terra Ghosts and bulks up, switching the Ditto before coming back in again to bulk up and eventually beat Cresselia on turn 37. And then we saw Breloom defeating Empoleon before Aatrox forfeited because the Breloom was beginning to look like a bitch to defeat.
Well, it's also because Aatrox choked. Not to say it's like he would have won if he didn't. It was still difficult. Can't guarantee he would have, but like he did something that basically ensured his loss.
What did he do?
He went into Chestnut on the Breloom. Chestnut, which all it can really do is knock off the item on the Breloom, right?
Which it eventually got knocked off. It just wasn't on
Buddy, it's just gonna... Buddy, this makes no progress. This is just gonna keep bulking up on you, and you're just gonna sit there and you've lost all forms of momentum, and you're just gonna get swept now. You should have gone into Cresselia immediately.
Well. He eventually withdrew and then went to Cresselia, but then, the Terra Blasts were doing a lot, and...
Yeah, by that point, it was too late. I don't know why he just did that. Like, I even pointed out to him after the game, like, why did you go Chestnut? That was just a lot. That was just kind of ensuring you lost. Why did you do that? He even acknowledged, like, yes, that did ensure I lost.
Yeah, you're right. How did I fuck up this matchup? So, yeah. That is how it...
Well, it was a bad matchup for one thing.
Breloom just kind of solos.
Regardless of what he did.
Yeah, Breloom just kind of solos everything, so bad form. So, yeah.
Yeah, sometimes you just come up against that one mon that you just kind of have no answer to. That's just how it is sometimes.
That's just how it do. Next up is NU. You're pretty happy about this one. Nemose defeating Rule in a very convincing fashion.
Yep. This was a nice game. Hell, Mimosa even got a bit unlucky, and yet that didn't really that didn't really affect the outcome, clearly.
So, turn 26 is really when the game starts to get interesting, because this was a very long game regardless. We saw the Houndstone burn the Tsarina, managing to catch that and remove any.
I found it funny how Power Whip did 15 before the burn.
Yes, Houndstone clearly built different thanks to Fluffy. So, turn 40, we saw the Monkey Dory poison the Avalugg as Scrafty bulked up and Terra Ghosted against it. It started to become a threat at that point. Sorry, not Terra Ghost.
Silly.
So, to counteract, we saw the we saw the Bronzong Terra Fairy it. Turn 64.
Also, I'm surprised you didn't mention any of the drops at the beginning, turn 11, turn 12.
And the Spadef drops
and
that
then immediately after that, there was a crit too.
Well, those doesn't matter because vape is vape, and that can just easily survive in Wish Stall, and it went to full health anyway, so why does it matter? So...
It matters because it means he has to keep Wish Stalling and not make much progress. What's the word I'm looking for? It basically stops progress a bit because he has to spend more time healing himself thanks to those drops, and then he got crit, and the Gudra, it got crit.
Okay. On turn 64, we saw the Monkey Dory killing the Avalugg before dying to the Gudra, as Flygon dodged the Houndstone's Will-O-Wisp attempt on turn 75.
Oh yeah, that was also not very fun.
Yeah, not burning the Flygon
especially given how much that earthquake did. Jesus.
That's a choice banded Flygon if I ever saw one.
Yeah, but still, that much through Fluffy is crazy. Or does Fluffy only work with contact moves?
Probably it works with only contact moves, but...
I do not know the mechanics of Fluffy.
So, the end game, we saw Gligar setting more hazards against Dark Probs, against the Flygon, and then dealt with the Terra Fairy Bronzong, who was just a big old bitch to his team. Rule was forfeited on turn 87. Nabose won the game.
It kind of confused me how Scrafty didn't win this.
Really?
Yeah, because genuine question, how does Nabose actually stop that thing, reliably?
It can't do anything with Bronzong, it can't do anything with Gudra, can't do anything with Houndstone.
Bronzong's probably the best answer to it, but once it gets knocked, it can't heal. And then Scrappy, if it's boosted enough, which at some point it was very boosted, it could probably just brute force kill the Bronzong, especially if, this thing has Drain Punch.
If it has Drain Punch, Poison Jab, Knockoff, and Rest, it would probably have done the trick.
Although I guess it can't use Drain Punch after Psychic Noise Cannon. But still, there were times when it was very boosted. It puzzles me how it didn't just win when... Wasn't it at +4 at one point?
It was at +4, and it switched out at a momentary notice.
Exactly! Why did it switch out?
Just trying to preserve it.
At that point, aren't you in a good position?
Yeah, he could have just swept either way, yeah. I mean, he had to deal with the Psychic Noise.
Expressed confusion in this as well. Why didn't he just try to brute force it with Scrafty?
I guess he was threatened. Because he wanted to preserve Scrafty for later, when it eventually gets to an even better position that he foresaw that ultimately didn't come to pass.
Well,
Ultimately didn't come
say,
to pass.
what was he foreseeing exactly?
Yeah. So, yeah. Good on Nemosi for winning.
Yeah, Hazard Stack was a good bring.
Next up is PU. T-Lanet defeating Sean. Never discount the GOAT.
Yeah, but good lord, that was way closer than it should have been.
Yeah, Sean actually did play well in this one. So...
well, no, that's not really what I was referring to. I mean, yes, he did.
He did.
That isn't what I meant that's not what I meant when I said closer than it should have been.
So,
because if the reason was him playing well, then I just would have said it was close and not closer than should have been.
So, turn 2, we saw Persian Alola paralyzing the Bombardier, while Tatsugiri boosted Mudsdale's stamina, dying to its body press on turn 7.
Yeah, now this was a good play on Sean's part. That Lenny was in chat commending him for that.
Yep. And then turn 17, we saw the Hariyama, who could knock out the Bro, but instead,
yeah, but they crit it.
They crit it. But so it died instead to Tauros, while Slowbro killed the Bombardier on turn 24. And then turn 25 comes, and the trick scarf, worked on the Bro before dying to the shell side arm, as Lenny Slowbro then Terra Watered on turn 27, killing the Mudsdale with Surf. And towards the end, we saw turn 36, the Rhydon Okoing the Cramorant, while Tauros eventually defeated the Florges.
Yeah, which, cool, that would have been helpful a few turns ago, though, when he correctly predicted the Cramorant switching, but it missed.
It did miss. But hey, Rhydon eventually got the Oko on the Cramorant. Tauros then defeated Florges as Lenny Slowbro eventually beat Jones, winning Lenny the game.
This would have been so much easier if not for the miss and the para. And because, that's what really made this come down to, the wire. And boy, did it come down to the wire, because it ended up just being our Slowbro paralyzed and on 64% health, which means it would have been 2-hit KO'd. It came down to that, and we were just praying that it didn't get parried and that it killed. And apparently it was a roll.
Yikes. That would have been...
Thankfully we got the roll.
Thankfully you did get the roll, which would have been bad if you were lowballed that hard.
But yeah, Lenny got unlucky, and that caused the game to be closer than it probably would have been otherwise, because the Cramorant would have been dead sooner, the Bro would have been shipped more, and we might have even combined that turn, who knows.
Yeah, so that was good. Alright, next up we have LC. Wesh Papillon getting his first win in BLT 13, defeating the Iron Pikachu. In quite...
Also much closer than it should have been, Jesus.
Yeah. I honestly thought that, had things go at a certain direction, we could have seen an upset.
Pap got a good first turn, but there were a number of turns that just weren't too good after that.
Oh,
Not in terms of like bad plays, but like
if luck had
geez,
swung and
crit
it...
almost. We thought Pap would lose to a crit again.
Oh, if luck would have been any different, Pap would have rage quitted probably. But yeah, this one was a mostly straightforward game. So turn 1, as you mentioned, we got the Mean Foo who crits the Grookey immediately with the U-turn.
It's not quite just that. He won the speed tie there. Grookey is actually just as fast as Mean Foo.
Exactly?
Yeah. I mean, look. 17 speed.
Okay, well, Iron Pikachu's Mean Foo then...
So it got to keep its Eviolite, and it got big damage on the Grookey.
Alright, well, Pika's Mean Foo then Terra Steel, then Swords Dance, before Marini eventually Terra Dragon to kill it on turn 13.
Wait, you're not gonna mention the hard switch of Elekid? But I think it is an understandable misplay, because he would surely think that with his Toedscool out and everything, and Hazards being on the field, the Toedscool would probably, want to rapid spin, and there is a nice and healthy Drifloon in the back that would love to block that, but I guess, Pika didn't switch it out? Didn't switch it in for some reason? Why did she keep the limit in on the Toedscool? That's what I want to know. It worked out, but what?
I don't know. And then turn 15, we saw the Toedscool eventually getting to rapid spin away the hazards, killing the Glimmet before dying to a crit from the Drifloon on turn 19. Which was unfortunate.
Yeah, we're like, are you kidding me? Why does this keep happening?
Why does it keep...
Although, thankfully it wasn't... Thankfully, it wasn't an acrobatics Drifloon, because I think that would have been a bit more problematic.
Well, why does it keep happening? Anyway.
Did you just say happening?
Yes. Why does it keep happening?
Okay.
So, Growlithe Thisui eventually came in to clean the endgame, surviving lots and lots of hits. I think this was Scarfed. Not sure. But
yes, it's Scarfed.
Okay. So, this was Scarfed. It managed to kill some people. The Grookey and the Shurdle. And Weshpap wins. Says, yeah, whatever, afterwards. Which was really funny. So, yeah. I remember that comment that he left after the...
Oh, this was way closer than it should have been. Hell, I thought we were cooked, but no. Okay, Growlithe had enough health to survive, so it had enough health to survive, and Trudel died in one hit, despite the defense boost. Nice!
Yes, despite the defense boost and despite the initial scare of that turn, what was it, turn 19? It could have been all wrong from Pap's point of view. But no, he persevered, eventually won.
Yeah, we would have been able to, keep our Mean Foo if not for that crit. We would have been able to still have our Toedscool too.
Yeah, which was ultimately your goal.
Nice.
Yeah, which was ultimately what you could have had it not those happen. Next, we have what the fuck moment number 2 with Cielo versus Wincon.
The fuck moment number 2, indeed. Yeah. You know, no matter how unlucky we got this week, the Slovers can only blame themselves for losing, because oh my god.
What kind of an idiot play is this? So, turn 1. We saw the Zoroark Kisui. Remove the Tinkatink's item. Yes, it's the Tinkatink, not a Tinkaton, because what the shit.
It removed its item because it was a balloon, which popped.
Yes. Critting the Fluttermane as Iron Valiant kills the Porygon 2 as Pagogo Rapid Spin away the hazards and defeats Klefki, who sets the screens on turn 10 before dying.
You know, something I wondered was did we have to stay in at turn 6?
Did you have to stay in at turn 6? Oh,
we have to stay in with Iron Valiant on turn 6 because, like, looking at our Valiant set, Hatterene was probably a fairly safe switch-in, no?
Or Klefki. Or Tinkaton.
Well, I don't know about that.
It was gonna Ice Punch.
Yeah, because you wanna know what this Valiant set is?
What?
It's Life Orb, Close Combat. No, it's Life Orb with Close Combat, Ice Punch, Shadow Sneak, and Swords Dance.
It's a physical motherfucker?
Of course, it was literally only using physical moves. Why is this the surprising part?
Fine. Okay. Well, all right. Turn 11.
Yeah, as you can see, that makes this Ditto very non-threatening when it takes the shape of an Iron Valiant. So I was thinking we probably could have just switched into either Hatterene or something. Because, yeah, that Ditto ain't doing very much.
So, turn 11, we saw the Pagogo, try to use Terra Starstorm, while Azumarill sets up the Belly Drum. Aqua Jet defeating Pagogo before losing to Ditto via a crit. Which would have been...
Can you imagine how infuriating this was, considering, yes, Azumarill just straight up won.
Yeah, won.
If the one thing, that being the one thing that could have stopped it, didn't happen. And, like, that would have sealed the week for us. Well, not win, just, it would have sealed the tie, which, obviously, we want over a loss. But seeing that, we're like, dude, how do we even win now?
Yeah,
I mean, even WinCon a little after that was like, I mean, I just lose. I can't win after that.
So your spirits were crushed and it all seemed lost. But there was a hope spot. The hope spot came, whether intentional or not, this happened. So the Ursaluna defeats the Iron Valiant before losing the Fluttermane. Alright?
Oh, yeah, that was another thing that made me feel sad. And I think made WinCon feel like he just couldn't win anymore because, like, yeah, that was actually the real Ursaluna and not the Zoroark, which means we could have CC'd it. And maybe it would have died, and then maybe we would have still had a chance.
So, yeah, you were a losable situation here. However...
Yeah.
However, some turns later, we saw the Hatterene tried to stall out the Blissey, who kills
Oh man, you gotta go back a little more. Right after the Valiant died,
we saw
we saw the first choke.
Ursaluna dying to a Fluttermane here. Not switching out to a Blissey, but yeah.
Well, that's not quite what I meant. I meant more so what happened after it died. Because you know, there's a Fluttermane on the field, right?
You could have,
There's a Ditto in the back. And there are 2 Mons who ain't surviving a Shadow Ball. And the one healthy Mon is weak to it. And Light Screen is about to wear off.
You could have made the argument that he could have switched to Ditto, right?
Yes. Well, not switch. I mean...
Send it out.
I mean, yes. Yeah. He could have sent out Ditto and just won, right?
So, but instead he did the Blissey.
Yeah, which... Why? Why did he do that?
I guess he wanted to predict the seismic toss and switching out, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, Blissey comes out, does the seismic toss thing, which Hatterene eventually stalls it out with Draining Kiss. Blissey would eventually then kill...
No, it can't stall it out because it's not healing enough and the Blissey is doing too much with Seismic and, well, it outspeeds.
So Blissey eventually kills the Tinkaton. And then Hatterene defeats the hard switch Ditto. This is who hard switches in. And Hatterene beats it. Well, allowed itself to Calm Mind first, then defeat it. Before it died to Blissey. Leaving only Fluttermane.
Not gonna lie. After I guess I understand this. Even though you ought to preserve Ditto, so like you can just turn into Fluttermane and kill everything. But like I understand what CLO's doing here. Prevents it from using Draining Kiss and shit. So turn 25, it uses Psychic Noise, and WinCon Calm Minds a second time.
Mm-hmm.
So you know what CLO should do here?
What?
CLO should go Blissey and Seismic Toss.
Right.
Or at least, you know, even if you don't, like Seismic Toss, like, because, like, I guess Fluttermane probably just gets in for free there.
Mm-hmm.
And then honestly, you can probably just sack the Zoroark, then send in Ditto and win.
Yeah, that could have been the play. Go that wasn't.
Yeah, and then hell, you don't even need to go into you don't even need to go into Ditto on this turn at 24 on the Calm Minding Hatterene, because your Zoroark is full health.
Full health and faster than a Hatterene.
Like, this Hatterene is probably not attacking this turn. And, like, even if it is, it's probably not one-shotting the Zoroark. The Zoroark can come in, it can just Shadow Ball. and then all that's left is the Fluttermane, which you can take care of Ditto. Like, there were so many ways to win here.
There were so many ways, yet Yellow did not take advantage.
Ditto fucking dies because he...
And then Blissey then stalls out the Fluttermane, I guess. He's tried to play his...
No, it attempts to. it's unsuccessful.
It's unsuccessful anyway because Moonblast was just doing a shit ton of damage to it, and
Yeah,
eventually...
Moonblast was doing like 27 minimum each turn, sometimes up to 29 or 30.
So it kept attacking until Blissey ran out of all of its soft boils, and then died.
Well, no, it actually didn't run out of all of its soft boils. It had one left.
And it just Seismic Toss on turn 42 instead of going for that soft boil, which was going to die eventually, but still.
Yeah, you can at least you're trying to stall it out because that's all you can do, and you don't even do that anymore.
And yeah, that eventually leads to Blissey dying, and then Zoroark Hisui one-shotted by the Fluttermane to allow WinCon to win. Top 1 choke ever. What the hell?
And WinCon was like, what? Huh?
How did I win? You don't have Thunder Wave? Hell, I was more surprised that the Zoroark wasn't Sash.
It's obviously not Sash.
Or Scarf. Or something to deal with fucking Fluttermane.
Since when is Zoroark Sashed?
I've seen some Sash Zoroark.
Normally in mono at least, I think Choice Specs is probably a bit more common.
Yes, Choice Specs is more common. But still!
And it was probably Choice Specs here because large damage onto the Tinkaton, and it didn't outspeed the Fluttermane, so...
Still, there were so many ways that Cielo could have won, and he chose not to do any of them. Let WinCon win.
Yeah, he somehow went the exact route that would allow WinCon to win.
So, yes, PokeArt, WinCon was a WinCon, just not in the way you thought.
Yeah, I don't know how this was a one game. I don't know. I don't think WinCon knows either. You saw his win post.
Yeah, Frigger was...
One versus CeeLo, I guess? I don't even know how, but good game!
Yeah, even he
With a surprise Pikachu.
Even he was confused. Alright.
Yeah, this was honestly, I think this was actually a crazier choke than Taking Notes Kindest game.
It was the bigger choke. Alright. Not to be out-choked, they said. Because they were played concurrently back-to-back on a Sunday. Alright, next up we have doubles. My Pokemon are bad, defeating Just Franco. The guy is on a generational run, My Pokemon Are Bad is, and proving to be quite the threat in the doubles pool.
Oh, yeah.
Defeating Franco, PokeArt. So, turn 1, we saw the Mew burn the Chien Pao, setting rocks before gouging fire sets the Howl and killed it. Terra Ferrying as Ogerpon killed the Baxcalibur. Then, we saw turn 6, the Gouging Fire killed the Ogerpon as Raging Bolt lowered both Heatran and Ursaluna's stats before dying to a Vacuum Wave from Ursaluna Blood Moon on turn 11 as Heatran burned Diancie, who set the Trick Room. Then, after Heatran Terra Fairies, we saw Diancie kill the Ninetales Alola, still with Diamond Storm, then kill the Ursaluna, after My Pokemon Are Bad's Ursaluna kills the Heatran, winning My Pokemon Are Bad the win in the game. Any thoughts?
Well, just that, Franco even admitted to this one thing that he did wrong. That was probably the biggest thing to cost it for him. He didn't use Glaive Rush. Is that how you say it?
Yes, Glaive Rush.
Yeah. Okay. He didn't use Glaive Rush on turn 1. He should have used it turn 1.
He switched out instead to allow the 9 to come in.
Yeah, he didn't use Glaive Rush turn 1, and if he did, well, that might have been a dead gouging fire, and then that would have made things a lot easier.
Yeah, Franco would have had an easier time, but instead the gouging fire was allowed to wreak havoc.
Yeah, and another thing, although I'm not sure if it really changed anything, we had some opportunities to use Aurora Veil, but we didn't.
Aww. Didn't take
but again, I'm not sure if that would have changed much, because but I can be sure that turn 1 Glaive Rush would have been could have been a winning move.
As early as turn 1.
Well, yes, you saw how problematic that gouging fire ends up being for us.
Yep.
You saw.
So
is it any wonder that Glaive Rush turn 1 into killing it would be excellent?
It would. It would have eliminated a major threat. But yeah. That was a good win for my Pokemon are bad, extending it to a 2-0. Next up is National Dex. That's what it is. We saw the very, very long game that was Tempo de Angoria versus Electrain Heart. Extremely long, this one. 100 turns. So the Cliff Notes version, we saw turn 7, Cinderace missing a Will-O-Wisp on the Toxapex, eventually hitting it on turn 13. Then it managed to court change the hazards away on turn 30, preventing the rocks to go up on his end of the field instead of the other side. Then, about some 30-something turns later, turn 69, we saw the Excadrill managing to rapid spin away the hazards and kill Cinderace, while Zamazenta used Fighting Z to beat the Dondozo on turn 86. Nice use of the Z move there. Dondozo dying while it was half health. I expected it would live to rest, but it didn't.
Yeah, I'm sure Electrain Heart expected that too.
Turn 93, we saw Ting Lu defeat the Excadrill, while Corviknight survived Zamazenta's Stone Edge, living on 1% to heal and ultimately switch to Kyurem, who eventually would kill Toxapex on turn 97. And then on turn 105, we saw the Kyurem managing to freeze the Corviknight, which pretty much sealed the deal for Electrain Heart to win, as the Corviknight ended up dying afterwards. Ting Lu would eventually beat the Zamazenta and the Latios in the end to win the game. Any thoughts?
Basically, that kind of just lost tempo of the game right then and there. Although, what I have to wonder is, would he have won without the freeze?
Probably not.
Because I mean, the Kyurem was still doing like close to 40 damage. Was the Corvi going to Bruce there?
Yeah,
Probably.
probably. Well, it would have been the obvious play, trying to keep that thing healthy.
Yeah, and I guess it probably would have, after healing a bit, it probably would have been able to. Well, no, actually, on whatever turn it would, on whatever turn it could body press, Electrain could probably just switch into the Slow King. Was it alive by that point? Hold on.
They could have switched it in at that point, and if it wasn't doing,
it was slow, but yeah.
could have switched in at that point. Would have ultimately switched out, switched in, thanks to regen.
But then, in theory, Tempo could have also just U-turned on that turn, and like, yeah, I think it was still up in the air, even without the freeze. Someone said that this was a robbery for Tempo. I mean, it basically ruined his chances, but would he have won without the freeze? It seems like it could have still been up in the air to me.
Because it's a bird. I get it. I get your pun.
Well, that's not really what I meant.
But yeah, it would have been dicey to call whether or not Tempo would win, but I still think it would have still gone to Electrain Heart, considering he had the advantage. Alright, next up we have the gritty Golurks. Absolutely ass blasting the OU team that is the Jubilife Jirachis. 8-4. The Golurks, wanting to prove that they should not be tying, ended up dominating, quite honestly, the Jirachis. Because they had a better good chance in other tiers that are not named OU. Starting off with Ubers, where we had Celeste defeat JB. Let the record state that they don't appreciate being stalled 2 weeks in a row. That is,
I imagine not.
they've been loaded in against 2 stall teams. That is a funny coincidence.
I don't think it's a coincidence, Mikoi.
Oh God! So have they found the strat to break Celeste? Just load stall against them?
Well, I mean, the team we loaded into Celeste last week, or no, 2 weeks ago now. That was intentionally a good bring into them. Well, whereas I think JB just really likes stall, probably.
It's a pattern. Okay, so
that, or he figured, hey, Celeste was beaten by stall last week. I guess I should stall this week. What could go wrong?
Well, Celeste won, so that went wrong. So
something went wrong.
Turn 2, we saw Toxapex survive Kyogre's Thunder attempt to haze its stats as Koraidon kills the Ho-Oh on turn 8, taunting against Dondozo's Curse attempt the next turn. Then, on turn 10, we saw Dondozo try to Terra Fairy as Hatterene blocked the Gliscor from healing before having its item removed on turn 25. Then, on turn 49, we saw the Blissey. After we had so many turns of Blissey stalling out the Hatterene, it then managed to paralyze the Toxapex, bouncing back its Toxic Spikes attempt while Kyogre beat the Gliscor on turn 56 after having its item removed. Then, turn 56, turn 67, we saw the Kyogre killing the Toxapex, then chipped Arceus before dying to its E-Speed. And then the endgame, we saw the Eternatus Terra Dragon and Sludge Bombing the rest of JB's team, winning Celeste this game.
This Toxapex is funny. What does it even do?
Does a Toxapex things? I don't know.
It has Baneful Bunker, Haze, Recover, and Toxic Spikes. In other words, all it can really do is mitigate things that, like, mitigate setup and like, poison. If it's lucky, poison something.
Well, if it's lucky. When you have Baneful Bunker and Toxic Spikes, yeah, it will toxic at least something.
Nah, not really. There's a Hatterene, like, right there. The Hatterene does not care about anything this Toxapex does. That's why I say, what does it even
do? But, regardless, the Toxapex did not do its job well. The Hatterene did, and eventually Eternatus was led to victory. Hooray!
Yep.
Hooray, hooray, hooray. Even Okoing the friggin' Dondozo with Sludge Bomb, which is hilarious. Alright.
Well, yeah, it's not a specially Pokemon.
It is not. It is not indeed. Next up, we saw the first of the 3 OU games. We saw Dugtrio was broken, beat Batty. Well, Pokeart. I actually got something right. Or did I?
Oh? You predicted Batty.
Damn it! I could have been smart. Damn it. I could have made a big brain play by picking Dougie. Oh well.
Yeah, you got so smug there for a second, but you were just as wrong as I was.
Turn 3. Petulant poisoned the Landorus, while Samurott survived its U-turn on turn 12 to set spikes, losing to Zamazenta the next turn. Then on turn 16, we saw the Tinglu beat the Landorus, making it die to poison. Then Goldengo a few turns later. Then it survived, Raging Bolt's Dragon Pulses to defeat it on turn 24 with the nasty Earthquake. Before it eventually got killed by Hatren, who died to Walking Wake. However, it lost to Zamazenta, in which Dragonite killed it in return on turn 30, which Terra Normaled the next turn against the Terra Ghost Darkrai, dodging its Thunder Wave attempt on the...
I feel a little bad for Batty with that Thunder Wave miss, because it's a bit of a cheesy way to win, but that was his out. He basically had to hope for paras and flinches by that point.
Which it almost did until Dragontail Dragonite eventually won. Dragontail Dragonite. That's an odd set. Winning Dougie this game.
I feel like I've been seeing that actually.
Really? Dragontail Dragonite?
Feels like I've been seeing it recently, yeah.
That's a weird... I mean, it works. It phases out, would-be threats.
Good for a hyper offense, I guess. Yeah. Because it phases out things that set up. On top of which, it clearly hits decently hard.
It does. Well, yeah, it does. Dragonite has a big boy attack stat. Alright.
Indeed.
Next up is the next of our OU games. We have VK versus No Name, in which No Name picked up the win.
Yeah, did you predict that? Yeah, you predicted for that. I remember you were like, you seemed, it almost sounded like back when we were predicting, it almost sounded like you were about to go for VK, but you didn't.
I didn't, because, I did see No Name as a good player, but, man, severely overpriced with 35.5k. But hey, the work has been paying
Hey,
off,
he's
and
2-0 right now.
Yeah, the work has been paying off. He is 2-0 right now. Let's see what happens.
I don't know if it's quite paid off yet. I think he has to go
5 weeks
however
undefeated.
many. He probably needs to go lossless, because otherwise, how do you pay off that insane price?
We'll see. So, turn 1. We saw the Kirim subbing against the Goldie. The turn 6, the Ting Lu critting the Kirim that No Name eventually sent out before it gets its Spadef drop by Golden Go on turn 17 and killing it. Poor Ting Lu. Got one thing done and then got killed by the Surfing Boy. And then turn 23, we saw the Golden Go paralyze the Cinderace, killing it with Hex as Zamazenta boosted its Iron Defense against Kirim's Protect, which was a good play on No Name's part, to kill it on turn 33. Without the Iron Defense boosts, but still managed to do so. VK ultimately...
it actually has good defense.
It does. And VK eventually forfeited. No Name won.
No, he literally forfeited right then and there, actually.
Yeah, it was not a winnable position anymore for VK, as No Name picked up what would have been a 6-0.
Probably.
Yeah, good win for No Name. Next is the third of our OU games, as Chicos defeated Ainscrad. Now, you were a big advocate for the Chicos, man. And were you happy that he won?
Yeah.
Good on Chicos. Alright, so turn 4. We saw another skill swap. This time with the Deoxys having skill swap against Gliscor, getting rid of Gliscor's poison heal. As it switches out, well, Toxapex managing to poison the Zamazenta on turn 9. Turn 11, we saw the Iron Valiant Terra Ghosting, subbing and Calm Minding before being burned by the Wheezing Galar. Then, on turn 26, we saw the Iron Moth starting to layer down the spikes, only to get whirlwinded by Wheezing Galar, while Kirim Dragon Dances whilst being poisoned by Toxapex on turn 34. In the end, though, we saw the Kirim dies to poison, and then Iron Moth dies to hazards. Then Dondozo actually does tank the King Gambit's hit before eventually dying to body press, and Ainscrad forfeited shortly after. Chicos won.
Well, it was hyper offense versus hard stall.
And hard stall won, which Chicos eventually did, winning the game. Alright. You haven't had much to say about these games, huh?
I spoke a lot during our set. Or my team's set.
The bias is there. You had a lot to say. Well, you do have a lot to say.
Yes. And now I'm looking at the time and seeing how late it already is.
Well, do you want to stop here and dinner, or?
No. I usually eat dinner in like a little under 30 more minutes, so like we can stop there.
Okay. Pesa versus Itoshi Flower in you. So, turn 4, we saw the Skarmory managing to kill the Skull villain on a hard switch, while it tanked Latios' hits and even dodged the Draco Meteor on turn 9. Very fortunate Skarmory there. Gastrodon then dodged its Draco Meteor to set spikes on turn 12. That Latios has been, what was it carrying? The thing that makes the moves of the accuracy lower?
You can just say it's blind.
It's 90% accurate. Wasn't effective. Then, turn 20, we saw the Pheasantipity kill the Donphan, while Latios...
Wait, no, actually, the explanation is that Pesa himself had bright powder. Like, look, it's right there in his avatar.
Yeah, it has bright powder, so...
Yeah, let's just pretend that stuff in front of the Blacephalon is literal bright powder.
Yuck. So, turn 20, we saw the Pheasantipity kill the Donphan, while Latios crit killed the Gastrodon the next turn with the Draco Meteor. So, eventually, that bright powder was gonna wear off on the Gastrodon before dying to Skarmory as it killed itself with the Brave Bird on turn 26. Then we saw the Weavile swords dancing and killing Ninetales, while the Slitherwing killed the Pheasantipity and itself as Weavile came back to finish off the Terrasteel Latios and the Mandibuzz to win for Pesa.
Weird. I know I watched this game, yet I remember none of it.
Pesa ultimately wins.
I guess slotting him in UU pays.
Alright, next up we have RU. Dirk defeating Maxis.
Another game I have virtually no memory of.
Because it was a long and plotting game. I don't remember much of it, and yet I took notes. So, turn 3, we saw the Rotom burn the Cyclizar, who dodged Noivern's Super Fang attempt on turn 10. Then, some 30 turns later, turn 41, we saw Rotom burn the Rhyperior as Registeel defeated it, before losing to the Sub-Basculegion, who got Wish Stalled by Umbreon, who did the Wish Protect stall that it normally does, wasting away all that Basculegion Surf PP, when it even tried to Terra Water on turn 62 to try to get...
Oh yeah, wait. Now you've just made me remember the one thought I had about this game.
Mm-hmm.
After the Basculegion Terra Watered, is it me, or did the damage it was doing not increase?
No, it did not.
So that's interesting. Is there like some sort of thing that basically does adaptability not stack with Terra? Do they cancel each other out or something?
I think it might cancel each other out.
Yeah, because, like, I can't think of any other reason why it just wouldn't do more than it was doing after Terra. Like, that's odd.
Yeah, which is an odd circumstance. Are you counsel? Kindly confirm that in the comments. So, Basculegion then defeated the Noivern on turn 70 as Gallade killed the Cyclizar, while Rotom missed an overheat attempt on turn 78, losing eventually to Basculegion before Max eventually forfeited, so it was unwinnable because of the hazards and the poison and the Gallade not necessarily can't do anything. It can beat Breloom, it can beat Monkey Dory, but Fortress is gonna block it. And Umbreon is also going to not do well against the Fortress and won. And Dirk won. Any other thoughts?
Not really. Except for the fact that Dirk has a rapid spinner this time.
He finally brought the rapid spinner. We were clamoring to see it. Alright. Next is NU. Gomdal defeats the Regiboob. Which you were right. I honestly thought Regiboob would go 2-0, but unfortunately, it was not meant to be. Anyway, we saw the turn 5. We saw Flygon, Dragon Dance, and Scale Shot. However, it was poisoned by Gligar, and then eventually died to Vaporeon thanks to the poison, who then tanked Hoopa's and Dreadnaught's hits before dying to an eventual crit on turn 15. I think it would live, but on a very minuscule level. Maybe it would have been a roll. I don't know. Then, on turn 19, we saw Chinchino kill the Sarina, while Klefki survived the Brute Bonnet's close combat to kill it, paralyzing Chinchino before dying to it. Then, on turn 24, Incineroar sashed the Chinchino, who unfortunately got full parade before dying to its knockoff. I assume it would do...
It got full parried twice, right?
It did get full parried twice. It allowed Incineroar to Swords Dance safely, and then knock off to bring it down to Sash, which it got paralyzed again, and then died.
Yeah.
And then Incineroar would eventually kill Tornadus shortly after with another full-blown knockoff, Terraferrying before being... Terraferrying to Oko to survive Dreadnaught's liquidation and kill it with Earthquake before dying to Hoopa, who Terra-fighting at the end, subbing, killing Gligar before dying to Raikou, winning Gomdal this game. Any other thoughts?
Not really.
It was a good set of circumstances for Gom. Did get lucky with the Incineroar paralysis. And yeah. It was just a nice win for Gom, otherwise. Well, without the full paralysis, it would have been a clean one.
Well, the Incineroar probably wouldn't have been nearly as destructive if it had been chipped by Tail Slap even once.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Liquidate, then Dreadnought would have just done, big damage and killed, probably. Alright. PU. Now we get to the biggest body... we get to the biggest bodying of the week. Me defeating Failbur. This was a slaughter.
Yes, it was.
This was the biggest bodying I've seen in a while. So...
Well, I mean, Failbur got 6-0'd last week, too.
Well, bodying in terms of this one wasn't even close. So...
Well, yeah, but that's what happened last week, too.
It wasn't even close.
I saw someone in my server say something funny.
What?
That, 6-0, that everyone's got a 6-0 Failbur at least once. It's a rite of passage.
Wow. Poor Failbur having to be the The unfortunate soul that gets 6-0'd a lot. So,
Oh, I'm sorry, but he put the word fail in his name.
that's setting yourself up for unfortunate circumstances. All right, turn
Now,
it.
maybe he should change his name.
To Winber.
Winber.
which is which is a very, very worse name. So
Yes, it's awful. Don't use it.
So turn 8, we saw the slow bro got majorly O-code Florges on a hard switch, while Cramorant kills the Rhydon after being chipped heavily by Slowbro with Surf, and then manages to defeat Failburst Cramorant. And then at the end, we saw the Rhydon kill the Amoonguss on turn 16, managing to Terra Flying against Delphox's Grass Knot attempt to kill it with Earthquake. And then Terra Poison Scrafty couldn't do anything about it. Got
because
killed.
It was sleeping.
Because it was sleeping, and Failbur lost. Me Empty won, getting back his win after he lost to Memphis Depay. Alright, next up is LC. Was this another what the fuck game? No.
Which game was this? Novax versus DeMarvelous. Oh yeah, this was kind of what the fucky, but not so much for what happened, but for what was brought.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the team choice was very weird. Hello, Mr. Moon Bear. Why are you here?
On top of which, it's running a somewhat unusual set, from what I've heard.
Which is?
Flame Orb.
Guts.
No, Mikoi, it doesn't get guts.
Oh, what? Then what the fuck?
It's Quick Feet, Mikoi, it's Quick Feet.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's having its attacks. Except, Facade, but otherwise it's having its attacks.
Yeah, the strange set all around.
This is why it normally runs Toxic Orb, apparently.
Yeah, why Flame Orb?
I don't know. I guess he just didn't like the short timer on Toxic Orb, I guess.
Anyway, I didn't. I think I didn't say the actual matchup. LC, we have Novax versus DeMarvelous. So, turn 3. We saw the Tinkatink survive Chinchou's rocks. Tinkatink survived Chinchou's attacks to set the rocks, while Vullaby manages to survive Trapinch's feint on turn 7 to beat it with knockoff. Then, turn 10, we saw the Mud Brace set the rocks on the opposing end, as Chinchou kills Stunky on turn 18, critting Teddiursa, who Swords Danced and killed Mudbray. And then, towards the end, we saw the Diglett Alola kills the Slowpoke, leaving Vullaby to Terra Ghost and set up Nasty Plot, sweeping until Diglett subbed in and defeat the Vullaby, winning the game for Novax.
While watching that, I was wondering, is this Vullaby gonna use Endure and then win versus the Diglett? But no, then the Diglett just subs up. Like, nah, you don't get a chance.
Diglett was preventing from a Vullaby Endure potentially outspeeding it and losing. Novax ended up winning.
There was one questionable play I remember. Let's see what that was.
What turn?
Oh yeah. I was wondering why he used Slack Off on turn 16, then taking the full brunt of a Thunderbolt, and then using Psychic. I thought the better sequencing might have been to use Psychic that
Psychic
turn,
first, then
and switch
Slack Off.
out. I mean, you're Regenerator. You can just heal. And then you can just sack Stunky like you did the turn later.
I guess you just wanted to preserve more health for the long game, I guess.
Well, that's not what he did though. He let his Slowbro take the full brunt of a Thunderbolt instead of just getting damage off on the Chinchou.
Oh, okay, yeah, makes sense. But yeah, that was
It's a bit of a nitpick, but I feel like it would the Slowbro probably. I mean, the Slowpoke probably would have been healthier with that sequencing. No.
Yeah. It would have been a lot healthier and a lot safer to get in. Oh well, it's fine. Alright, next up we have Monotype. Captain Kraken defeating Ringmaster Utah. Which I told you. Which
I predict Captain Kraken too.
I should stop saying that because it's setting myself up for failure.
I almost thought you were about to say it was setting yourself up for failure.
God damn it. Why are you...
legit. I mean, considering the jokes we made just previously, that's kind of what my mind defaulted to for a second there.
Guess who has taken my spot as official pun maker for this turn?
Nah, I could never do that, Mikoi.
What?
Your puns are too painful.
Oh, stop. You're flattering me. Okay. So, for friggin' Captain Kraken versus Utah, we have Dark versus Dragon.
I really liked the first few turns of this. They were so well played.
So, yeah, we have the Dragapult switching out, and then we had the Darkrai trying to go for a Dark Pulse, and then tried to go for a Focus Blast, which eventually gets the Protect off, and then beats the Focus.
Yeah, the Protect, and right when he protects, he nasty plots, and then the Latios switches in, and he Dark Pulses on that turn, and it's dead!
Yeah, that was a good series of plays by Kraken, immediately targeting out the freaking offensive threat that is the
read him
Latios.
like a book.
Yes. Turn 8. We saw Ting Lu boosting Archaludon's stamina before dying to its body press.
But hey, it's nice and low thanks to the Rocky Helmet damage and the previous ruination. Low enough that it died to a Dark Pulse.
It did. Turn 15. We saw the Raging Bolt sets up the Calm Mind on a Protect, which is again very nice. Kills the Alola Muck before losing to Meowscarada. And then towards the end, we saw the Mandibuzz killing the Dragapult after surviving its Dragon Darts, breaking Dragonite's multi-scale on turn 22 as Greninja kills it, winning Captain Kraken this game.
I just kind of wonder if Uta had E-Speed on the D-Knight.
Probably did. Well, if it probably did, it would have used it. You know?
Or he just didn't expect the Greninja to be scarfed or outspeed it. It was probably scarfed, right?
Yeah, it was probably Scarf Grin. I could see it.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the speed control here, right?
Very much so.
And it outsped the Dragonite at +1, but Dragonites a little slow sometimes, so that's kind of why I'm not entirely sure here.
Alright. Next up is doubles. We have Icy Penguin defeat Grocrums. 1. We saw the early Terra Normal Dragonite, nearly killing Landorus, who sashed Glamora, who then poisoned the Chinpao as Dragonite killed the Landorus, as Glamora set rocks and killed the Chinpao and poisoned Roaring Moon. Goldango then Terra Dragoned, while Tinglu killed the Roaring Moon with Body Press before dying to Rillaboom on turn 7. And then towards the end, we saw the Gouging Fire kill Rillaboom, then killed Goldango via the Breaking Swipe, whilst Chinpao then Sucker Punch to kill the Ogerpon. Icy Penguin wins this very short game.
Yep, short and sweet. A good win.
A good win indeed. And next up we have National Dex. Churro, beating Omar, the cheerleader.
We were right.
We were right. Turn 8. We saw Gliscor set the Toxic spikes early. Then Toxics, the Great Tusk as Ferrothorn, survives a hidden power fire from Kyurem to body press it, damage it a little bit, while Megalatios killed the Slowbro Galar on turn 27 with a crit, but that didn't matter because it stayed in. Turn 31. We saw Gliscor survive the Great Tusk's Ice Spinner attempt to do damage to it with Earthquake, as Kyurem kills the Ferrothorn with Freeze Dry. The Zamazenta beats the Great Tusk on turn 36, while Corviknight defogs Hazards away. Then, on turn 47, we saw the Heatran trapping the Alamomola, while Kyurem kills the Zamazenta as Megalatios kills the Alamomola on turn 56. And then, eventually, we saw the Zamazenta howled to boost up its attack, and despite being poisoned by the Gliscor, eventually killed the Heatran, as knocking it out, as Kyurem eventually killed the rest because they were both weak to ice, winning Churro the game. Even sporting a good sportsmanship by saying good luck in other weeks.
Yeah, the Zamazenta turns were pretty good.
They were well utilized. I was especially a fan of Kyurem having Freeze Dry, Hidden Power Fire, and Earth Power. That's a cool little set that no one ever uses. But yeah.
Well, are you the Nat Dex expert?
I'm not a Nat Dex expert, but I can tell you that's a cool set.
Well, okay.
Okay. Malignant Chained tying the Primal Power Pangoros. So,
kind of unexpected, not gonna lie.
I also thought that. I thought the Goros looking strong since last week, and I thought the momentum was going to continue, but fortunately, the Malignant Chain seemed to pulled off the tie. First off, we have Ubers, where we saw TGA beat Geomancy, aka Jojen.
Just say Jojen, man. He doesn't go by geomancy anymore.
Yeah, I mean, Jojen 1 lost to the gaming attack. How? Well, turn 4. Turn 4. We saw the Kyogre, Terra Ghosting, and Calm Mind stalled with Blissey resting against Eternatus's Toxic attempt on turn 14. Rest Calm Mind Blissey.
I think it's more worth noting that it has Rest and Soft Boiled.
2 healing moves. I wonder what for.
Well, honestly, like, Rest is a good move for Blissey because it heals it to full, and then once it switches out, it's awake again.
Oh, so why do you need Soft Boiled?
I don't know. This is some hardcore stall here.
Yeah, that's weird. 2 healing moves and no attacking moves.
Ask the stall merchants.
The what?
I said ask the stall merchants, if anything.
I thought I heard skull merchants. I'm like, what?
No.
Turn 33. We saw, after a bunch of Calm Mind and a bunch of healing attempts, Kyogre crits Blissey twice, killing it.
Man. Poor Jojen.
He was robbed. Then, towards the end game, we saw Kyogre killing Arceus, then used Custap Berry to outspeed and kill the Ho-Oh. And then killed the Skeledirge and caused Jojen to forfeit shortly after. Yeah. Custap Berry Kyogre is an interesting, like, common bring I'm seeing.
Yeah, I feel like we've been seeing it a few times now.
Yeah, it's becoming a common bring. I'm like, Kyogre's that slow?
Well, it's not so much that it's slow, it's more that people prefer to run bulk with it.
And then having a last-ditch effort with a Custap Berry causing to do one more, like, attacking move or something.
Yeah, like, Kyogre has actually decent bulk. So, like, why not, right?
Okay, it's just a weird thing that I've been seeing a lot. Alright, but anyway. Good win, I guess, for TJ. Poor Jojen, though. What an unfortunate like crit and then painful Custap Berry.
Well, no, it's more like crit and then second crit.
Yeah, the crits, multiple. All right, next up is the first of our 3 OUs. We have Pixel Bob being the 2-0 OU Dark Horse, defeating Vios. So, turn 13, we saw the Gliscor crit Okoing the Walking Wake, while the King Gambit Terragrassed and Swords Danced, Okoing the Clefable on turn 17 after it survived its Moonblast. Then we saw turn 30 with Darkrai Terra Ghosting, critting and flinching Alomomola, and killed Torkoal, while Gliscor Swords Danced and killed Enamorus on turn 36. As Alomomola Healing Wish...
Oh, you meant it crit the Alomomola with Ice Beam.
Yes. And then
from what you said with critting and flinching, you made it sound like this was one turn.
Well, no. It's the second turn after. So, Gliscor Swords Dance and killed Enamorus as Alomomola Healing Wish to heal the King Gambit, And then towards the end, we saw the Gliscor ultimately kill the Great Tusk, and then King Gambit killing it return before being burned by Darkrai on turn 41, causing Dragonite to just E-Speed and kill the King Gambit in the end for Pixel Bob to win. Any other thoughts?
Well, losing the Walking Wake, aka perhaps the greatest offensive asset on this team, was basically doom.
It was.
Or at least it kind of forced Bios to rely on the King Gambit, which he wouldn't have really needed to do if the Walking Wake had simply not been crit killed.
Yeah, he would have likely brought it's a big what if scenario. What if King Walking Wake survived an attack? Would it have
But at the same time, he did also hard switch it in there. I'm wondering if that could have been avoided.
Probably could have.
Well, it depends on what was alive at the time.
It was still a major offensive threat that Pixel Bob was able to neutralize. So, good on him, I guess. Alright.
Could have sent it in as soon as, turn 10. I don't know.
Would have had more productive turns after that. Alright, next up we had Jess.
He also could have sent in the Alomomola instead of the Wake, although it's possible the Alomomola was in 2-hit KO range. I don't know.
Oh well, it was just a good game by
Also, there was still Terra. The Gliscor could probably just Terra watered and killed the Wake later anyway.
Yeah. Anyway, good game by Pixel Bob. Alright, next up is another OU game. Saga Zinha versus Jasp KIC. So first off, we saw in turn 4 where Garganackle used Cursed while Kyurem subbed up, Terra grounding and stalling Garganackle's Ice Punch attempts, which I found very interesting. Its set was a very unique one. Curse, Recover, Salt Cure, Ice Punch.
That's not too unique. I've seen it before.
It's something that just, I guess it would be nice, but it's just very different from other Garganackle sets that I've seen.
No. If you're running Curse, I don't think Ice Punch is that uncommon.
Because Zapdos, because the dragons.
Gliscor, Lando as well. Great Tusk.
Yeah. Just things that can beat it.
It's not for Zapdos or Dragons or anything. Soul Care can deal with that.
Maybe.
It's for ground types, Mikoi.
It's for ground types. Turn 13, we saw Ogerpon critting twice on the Zapdos first, then the Slow King, while Zapdos paralyzes it. He's just the thing. And then Kyurem eventually stalls out the Iron Crown, killing it on turn 31 after it was deemed too low. After dealing a lot of damage to Slowbro in particular. Slowking.
What do you mean stalled out the Iron Crown? It just killed it.
Well, no. What I mean is, the sub-protect strats. It was doing a lot of that, and then slowly chipped it away.
Yeah, but that's not what happened there.
What? What did happen?
It didn't even have sub up at the time.
It was just doing its normal Earth power thing?
Yeah, it couldn't... besides, The Iron Crown fulfilled its purpose. It got Kirim below the health it needed to use sub.
Okay. That seems fair. And then, turn 31, we saw the Iron Crown dying to its Earth Power attempt. Turn 33, we saw the Ogerpon killing the Kyurem, while the Great Tusk killed the Zapdos with a nice spinner. And then, we saw towards the end, turn 41, Garganacl starts to curse, Terra Electricking against the King Gambit. Possibly predicting an Ironhead switch, an Ironhead attack in general, and just Salt killing
the para from Slow King suffered on turn 41. Wait, on turns 40 and 41 were unfortunate because this allowed Garganical. Let's see. This basically allowed Garganical two free turns to recover and curse up.
And it got those in the bag, while Saga Zinha was left to just, hard switch in the King Gambit to try to do some good damage there, but unfortunately...
It's not a hard switch.
Sorry, Chilling Reception. Chilling Reception to eventually switch to...
Yeah, tried to do twice prior, but couldn't due to full paras.
Eventually getting it, although by that point, Garganical was eventually boosted up. It got all its curse up. It can heal itself well with Recover when it can. And yeah, Salt Cure was just all over King Gambit, forcing it to die. And then just swept the rest, because the rest, aside from Slow King, are all physical attackers. And yeah, Saga eventually forfeits. Jasp won. Nothing much else to say there. Do you?
Just that Saga Sinha got a little unlucky with pairs, but that's it.
Next up is the other OU game, the very, very long one of Mikemon versus Bundy 300, which involved Kyurem. Lots and lots of Kyurem. So turn 4, we saw the Tornadus knocking Slow King's item as Mikey's Kyurem froze Hoopa on turn 13, subbing and chipping it before Slow King eventually killed it on turn 25. Then, a lot of turns later, turn 66, we saw Cinderace surviving Kyurem's Draco Meteor, while Mikey's Kyurem Terra Grounded on turn 72 and subbed, while Bundy's Kyurem Terra Iced on turn 100 and Oko Dondozo on a hard switch. Well, the next turn, I mean. The Terra Ice plus the Freeze Dry. Yeah, Dondozo dies instantly.
Yeah.
So, Mikemon was already a pretty much deficit at that point. By that point, I thought Bundy won. So, it was just a slow motion kill the next turns after. Because in turn 106, we saw the Kyurem defeat the Slow King with a Blizzard. Then Corviknight. Then Cinderace. Then Bundy's keeps on continuing, eventually defeating Mikey's on turn 125. And then it got the final kill on Tinglu. So basically, it was a Kyurem 6-0 with Kyurem killing all the Mons.
Yeah, and worth noting, this was a Scarf Kyurem.
A Scarf Kyurem which one for Bundy?
Yes.
That's all we can say. Alright, you. Taka versus Kimmer. This one was, thankfully, a very short one. So, this one, we had turn 1. Sandy Shocks set Spikes up before succumbing to a sacred star-shone, sunlight-blasting Sardavar.
What?
Failed at the alliteration, I guess. It got moon-blasted by Gardevoir, basically. While Scizor finished off the Iron Jugulus after it tried to do some damage on turn 7. Turn 9, we saw the Slitherwing starting to bulk up there, eventually defeating Keldeo with a nasty Earthquake on turn 10, losing eventually to a Terra Fairy Sandy Shocks. And then breaking the disguise of the Mimikyu, Scizor killing the Mimikyu with a Bullet Punch on turn 13. And then, eventually, Gyarados just comes in, sets up the Dragon Dance, crit killing the Mandibuzz, which was the big thing, the big play that turned the tides for Taka to eventually sweep the rest of Kimmer's team. And it's not even the Moxie Gyarados. It was just a normal-ass Intimidate Gyarados, and won.
Yeah, the Mandibuzz was probably, either it was gonna roost or it was gonna foul play. I wonder how much foul play would have done.
It would do some damage, I think. I don't think it would kill, but it would surely put Gyarados in the red.
Also, I guess Kimmer, in theory, forgot, what, Gardevoir does.
What does Gardevoir do?
Well, it traces. And it bounces back Intimidate when it traces Intimidate.
You say you could have, like...
Yeah, basically, he should have gone Gardevoir before the Tinkaton.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That would have been the smart play.
I don't know if it really mattered, but yeah, would have been the smarter play.
It would have been the smart.
What could the Tinkaton even do versus the Gyarados?
What?
Could it paralyze it?
What?
What?
Wait. What were you saying?
I was saying, what could the Tinkaton even do versus the Gyarados? Could it paralyze it?
No, probably not. Would have probably just sat there and just be sacked.
What? A lot of them run Thunder Wave. I don't see why it would be probably not. Well, that might even be why he went Tinkaton.
That's probably why he did. Maybe it was banking on the fact that it would survive a friggin' waterfall, but I don't know how likely that would be, even with a thing.
Clearly, it was a defensively invested Tinkaton because it had Rocky Helmet. So, with an Intimidate up, yeah, I think that was surviving fine.
Fair enough.
Although, with an Intimidate up, the Gyarados probably would have D-danced a second time.
Yeah. That would have been the stronger case. But in the end, there was just Taka's win. Nothing much else there to really say. are you? We have LBN defeating High Naming is Hard. What the fuck? What the fuck moment number 3? If you're keeping track. Because what the hell? What the hell was High Naming thinking? I'ma be honest.
Clearly, High Naming wasn't aware of something. There must have been something he was not aware of, whether it was Noivern, whether it was the fact that Noivern was low, or the fact that Terra had already been used. He had to be unaware of one of these things, because otherwise I don't see how you justify that play. The play that we will talk about.
So, first starting off, we had turn 9. Sand Slash, after a lot of knockoff plays from the muck, removing even Sand Slash's weakness policy, which I thought was an interesting little strat there, but it is kind of explainable, I guess.
It's explainable by the fact that ice types get a defense boost in snow.
But would they get defense boost in Terra? What, for example, a Sand Slash a low with Terra Water? No. Okay.
They wouldn't. They lose that defense boost as soon as they Terra.
Okay.
So the key is to Terra after the weakness policy activates.
Okay. That's an idea. That's an idea for later.
Wait a minute. This thing had spikes and weakness policy?
Yes. Yes.
This set is strange.
This set is very strange. So, it got off a flinch on turn 11 with the Icicle Crash, removed the item beforehand. Then Suicune managed to burn the Jirachi on turn 18, which was an unfortunate burn. Then, turn 23, Jirachi Healing Wished from a Aurora Veiled Crawdon to heal Mach, who poisoned Suicune and set up Curse, failing to kill it on turn 32 before being phased out, but fortunately avoiding the burn. Well, if it was burned, it still rest talks. But it still got phased out, which is unfortunate. Turn 37, we saw the Ninetales Alola set up Aurora Veil and encored the Suicune, allowing Cetitan to Belly Drum and Oko the Rhyperior, which is nice, killing the Suicune before dying to a Terra Water Noivern, surviving its Ice Shard before killing it with a U-turn. And then we come to the endgame.
Oh no.
Then we come to turn 48. Armarouge, Terra Dart. Okay? We see here that Armarouge, Terra Dart on turn 48. And you're thinking, okay, he will probably go for an armor cannon or something just to get a big dose, a big boost, just to mitigate that muck, right?
Well, first he's got a meteor beam again. Get that special attack boost up once again.
Mm-hmm.
So now we see that the meteor beam at +2 did 45 to that muck. Armor cannon is sure to kill if the non-stab move is doing that much.
However, we see here.
We're watching this. I think we saw this live. We're like, yep, he's got it.
Yep.
But High Naming had other ideas. He didn't think he had it. He said rip.
However,
thinking he lost.
He thought he lost there. He thought he lost there by, he could have done armor cannon, he could have done another meteor beam. He was under Aurora Veil. He was in the perfect position to do a solid win. However,
well, let's also mention that he had just enough health to not die to poison the next turn.
Just enough health to not die to poison. Exactly.
Barely enough, but just enough.
This boy did Energy Ball the next turn.
Which...
What? I would understand if it was a misclick. I would 100% understand if it was a misclick. And he meant to click Armor Cannon and couldn't because of a misclick. I would get that. But why? Why would you even think about going Energy? If this was not a misclick, why would you go Energy Ball?
Yeah, the Noivern is... The Terra Water Noivern is low.
It's at 4%.
34%.
34. But still, friggin', it was, you could have killed it either way. What the hell?
Now, the only explanation I can think of that isn't him not realizing the Noivern was, low or not realizing LBN had already used Terra was that the Armorers did in fact die to poison next turn, but it simply was not something we could see. As in, like, you know how sometimes Showdown may not be entirely accurate with the exact amount of health a Pokemon might have. Like, it's just showing percentages. It's not showing the decimals.
It's not showing like HP, like the amount of HP, like decimals, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm following you.
So, yeah, basically we might see poison or something do ever so slightly more because it rounds up at times, I guess. Like I think we've occasionally seen Pokemon that seemingly have like just enough health to survive something, not survive something because it's not showing the accurate percentage.
Yep.
Yeah, it could be something like that. Maybe it actually did die next turn, but from what we could see at least, it had 13% rather than 12, so in theory, from what we could see, it didn't seem like it would die.
It didn't just seem like it, but it was the only way it was the one way he would win, and he didn't do it. So
well, the thing is, if he did die to poison next turn, he lost anyway.
Okay, we was still taking out the muck. Taking out the muck was the thing.
Well, no, he still lost even if he did that. If it died to poison next turn, it didn't matter if the muck died or not because the remaining 2 Mons were on single-digit health, and the Noivern was faster than both of them.
Even though the Suicune had the cojones to friggin' rest against the Muck was still allowed to poison it. And then Suicune died to a Draco Meteor, and then eventually Muck kills Alola Ninetales.
You know what? Maybe this is exactly why High Naming used Energy Ball. Maybe he thought his his Armor Rouge died to poison next turn. Maybe it did, for all we know. And this meant that his only way of winning would have been to let the Armor Rouge die and get Suicune in to heal and set up.
And it eventually did. Gets the rest up, gets the Calm Mind up.
Yeah, but alas, that wasn't enough.
Wasn't enough?
However, we would have to actually ask Kai Naming about this or something, because we have no way of quite knowing if the Armor Rouge would have died to poison or not. It didn't seem like it would, but maybe it did. Maybe that's why he Energy Balled.
Well, we'll find out soon enough when High Naming eventually responds. We'll see. Alright, next up is...
But yeah, without that explanation, it looks like a very stupid joke.
Yes, so LBN 1, extending his 1 to 2-0. Next up is NU, where we saw Ampha defeat Hacker. So, first off, we saw, Runic was paralyzing Caparaja. Yeah. But turn 10, we saw the Basculegion defeat the Bronzong. Then, Incineroar, unfortunately, missed Will-O-Wisp on Flamigo on turn 13, which was very unfortunate, considering he had 2 physical attackers back-to-back there. Could have done with a good burn, but eventually that was one of the things that cost Hacker this game, the other being Basculegion, and just a very, very unfortunate series of circumstances. It eventually did burn the Basculegion on turn 18 before dying to its Wave Crash. The very powerful Wave Crash taking itself out.
Yeah, could he not have, switched in something else, or did he not need the Incineroar?
I think he would. I don't think he needs it, or at the very least, he might think it would have survived on the red. But no, it died.
Yeah.
So, turn 21, we saw Flamigo kill the Rhyperior. Would have been a very different story.
Or maybe Hacker just expected, Ampho would expect a Toro switch in and go for, Shadow Baller or something.
Probably. So, turn 21, we saw the Flamigo kill the Rhyperior. Would have been a very different story had that Flamigo been burned. As Tauros kills Caparaja with a close combat, and then Scarf Monkey Dory comes in and beats Raikou. The endgame, we saw Reuniclus paralyzing Flamigo before dying to it on turn 30, causing Hacker to forfeit because he was just left with Tauros, which Serena or Flygon or even Monkey Dory would kill it right on the spot, winning Ampha the game.
Actually, is the Monkey Dory, is it Scarf?
I mean, it did outspeed the Raikou on turn 26.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did.
Wait, did it? Okay, yeah, it did.
It's Scarf. Yeah. It's Scarf. It's a Scarf Monkey Dory. So, yeah.
So that makes it all the more confusing why it switched out in front of the Tauros. The Tauros, which had no way of outspeeding it.
I mean, Hacker was still gonna lose.
Yes, that is true.
Hacker was still gonna lose at that point because Scarf Monkey Dory was just a big boy.
Maybe Ampho was expecting Terra Steel on the Tauros or something.
That would have been a wild Terra. It was a wild Terra to have on a Tauros. Mm-hmm. Especially on a Paldea Aqua Tauros. I don't see him Terra Steel running around. Next up is PU. we have... I was happy to have my betting man instance be proven correct for once. Terracotta beat Asa in PU.
Yeah, but you saw how that happened, right?
Yeah, it was through very confusing circumstances.
Ha 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 ha.
It was through very confusing circumstances, but yeah, Terracotta did win in a really surprising way. Well, very confusing way. Sorry. Well, now I'm making the Freudian. Where the hell is this game? No. Where the...
Pixel Bob posted it.
It was Pixel Bob's post, not friggin' TGA's. Why was I searching for TGA's? Alright. So, Terracotta versus Asa. First off, turn 8. Where we saw Rotom killing the Cramorant before it died to Slowbro on turn 12, as Golurk defeated Persian Alola on turn 18. Then, on turn 25, we saw Avalugg miss the Mountain Gale, dying to Slowbro Galar as Amoonguss was flinched by Decidueye Hisui before it died to Slowbro. And then towards the end, Golurk survived on 1% against Florges' Moonblast to kill it with Earthquake. That was already bad. Turn 32. Surviving on 1.
Lord. I wonder what the investment with this Golurk is.
Plus Adamant Nature. I'm 100% sure that's Adamant Nature.
That is not quite what I meant.
No, I don't know. That's something I would have liked. Anyway, then Rhydon comes in and Terra Waters to defeat Bruxish. Golurk comes in, Dynamic Punches, confuses Rhydon. Rhydon stops, Rhydon gets confused. Rhydon then switches out to Slowbro Galar, kills. Then Golurk does another Dynamic Punch, confuses, Rhydon hits itself with confusion, and then ultimately kills Rhydon to win for Terracotta.
So yeah, it came down to not 1, but 2 hits and confusion.
Yeah, Golurk would have died either way, but it was a champ for taking that Moonblast well, and then eventually killing the 2 Mons that would have killed it otherwise.
I'd be willing to bet that Moonblast was a roll.
That probably was a roll, adding to more unfortunate stuff for Asa. Alright, next up we have LC. Arcanine 1929, who is now 2-0 against Pro SZZ. I sighed there because, imagine, Arcanine 1929, undefeated so far in BLT.
Calm down, it's just LC and...
What do you mean it's just LC? What do you mean?
It's only week 2.
I don't care. It's still a streak. A streak is a streak. Alright? We're seeing a goat in progress. Turn 2. We saw Mudbray crit kills the Toedscruel with close combat. Now, you had a question there about why was it able to kill it with such a range?
Yeah, I asked that question because, like, in my experience with LC, And, like, I'm surely not as experienced as some of these other guys in the tournament, but I know enough to know that Toad School is typically bulkier than this. It shouldn't be dying to a critical hit close combat.
And then you pose the question. It was
Why did it die? I asked. I asked, why did it die? I asked this to one of ProZZ's teammates, who pulled up an earlier version of the pace to see the Toad School set and posted something rather peculiar.
And what an odd set it is. What an odd spread. What an odd spread of...
Yeah, let me pull it up real quick.
Now keep in mind, this is an earlier paste. And what? 76 defense? 190...
No HP investment?
No HP investment. Only invested in the Spatak and Spadef and speed.
And yeah, what?
You tell me, folks. So yeah, weird spread.
Yeah, weird spread. And on top of which, we did some counts for this.
Which were posted and the...
Yeah, they were posted, hold on. So, if the Mudbray, we don't know if the Mudbray was adamant or not, which does make a difference, but so basically, if it wasn't adamant, and we can assume it probably had 196 attack, so 196 attack Mudbray close combat versus 0 HP, 76 defense, Eviolite Toad School on a critical hit. It does 80% to 95%. It has a 6.3% chance to one-hit KO.
Which means...
And that's a 6% chance on a crit.
Which means...
I just told you what it means.
That's a low chance. That's a real low chance.
Exactly. Although, if it is adamant, they did account for this too, then the damage roll is 85 to 105, with the chance being increased to 62.5% chance to one-hit KO on a crit.
So significantly higher if it was adamant. If it was anything other than that, then that would be a lucky.
We asked Arcanine himself what his Mudbray set was. He didn't know.
But he said it was probably adamant, which I'm inclined to believe that.
He said probably adamant. I'm not gonna check, though.
Which I'm more inclined to believe. He can't be that lucky.
Yeah, he literally said he's not this lucky, so he's probably adamant.
So, after that whole shebang, so we saw the Gothita Terra Psychicking to beat the Fungus, as Sandshrew Alola Terra Fairied and killed Bros. Sandshrew Alola on turn 11, sorry, with the Earthquake. Turn 13, though, we saw the Sandshrew killing Gothita, and Vullaby removed Gothita's eject button and killed it. Or sorry, Glamet's eject button and killed it. Then, towards the end, we saw the Glamet kill the Vullaby with Power Gem, poisoning the Mienfoo in the end before the Sandshrew killed or Ice Shard to win for Arcanine.
Oh yeah, I had also asked why it was running, the Glamat, why it was running eject button.
I think Pap answered that question.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, I think he basically said, that there wasn't really a Minfu answer, so eject button would help. Basically, it takes a hit, and then it ejects itself, and you can switch in Gothita.
Trapping it with trapping it with Shadow Tag. Terra Psychic though. Interesting, but hey,
Yeah, no, Terra Psychic was not great.
It was not great. So Arcanine won that handily, 2-0. 2-0 Arcanine 1929, folks. We're seeing an LT prodigy here. Alright.
Don't be so dramatic.
No, I'm boosting his ego. So that'll be funny when the downfall happens. Alright. Next up is Monotype. Tare defeating Adjustments. Hopefully these are going to be shorter games later because oh my god, it's getting late. It was Poison versus Ghost. So first off, we saw turn 4. Clodsire poisoned the Bramblegast. Then Toxapex killed it with Infestation to kill it, while Goldango beat Clodsire on turn 15. Then on turn 20, we saw Ceruledge defeat Muck, then Swords Dance to Shadow Sneak and kill Salazzle on turn 26, chipping the Sneasler before being tricked. Then somehow that trick Ceruledge ended up winning because Tare was able to use that scarf on the Ceruledge, use Bitter Blade and to its advantage, and defeated the rest of Adjustments team.
Well, yeah, it was locked into a strong move with it was now faster, and it was at +2. Like, ultimately, that trick kind of backfired.
And ended up working in Tare's favor, giving him the win. Good on ya. Next is doubles. We saw Calm Mind 75 defeating Lugia Japan. One with insane luck, GG's, and my bad Lugia. I think I know what this game is, which is very, very unfortunate. So, turn 1. We saw Alola Ninetales Terra Ghosting, blocking Iron Hands' attempt at a fake out before dying to Incineroar, as Volcarona keeps the Quiver Dance coming, even encored the friggin' Iron Hands before it died to the Incineroar, as Volcarona continued to Quiver Dance. Okidogi took out the DNC on turn 4. Eventually it was the combination of Volcarona's Giga Drain and Okidogi's Drain Punch that allowed the NC to die. Then turn 8, we saw the Volcarona kill the Iron Hands, and then takes out Incineroar and Cresselia shortly after, as Torkoal then Terra Fires and defeats Sinistcha. So, this Volcarona was crazy. It was going hog wild. It was defeating Calm Mind's team very, very nicely. So what happened? Turn 13 happened, where we saw the Angry Bear use Protect. The Angry Bear used Protect. Volcarona targeted, unfortunately, the Ursaluna, so it couldn't attack it there. Rillaboom missed its high horsepower onto the Torkoal, allowing Torkoal to hit and crit the Volcarona to death, hitting the monkey and OHKOing it.
Yep.
Unfortunate does not even begin to describe this game.
Oh boy, you're going full lava son on this game, aren't you?
No, I just really like quoting that quote. So Ursaluna ended up killing Moltres, and Torkoal, not only dodging the monkey, it even survived on one against Okidogi's Drain Punch to kill it with the Earth Power. If it had done Heat Wave and missed, it would be the funniest. It would be the funniest throw, but it did Earth Power. It killed the Okidogi. Calm Mind won with a lot of luck.
You know, I don't know. Previous Drain Punches did less than 30, so I'm not sure. So I do wonder what the chance was to kill, if there was any. But yeah, the crit mattered too. So yeah, between the crit and the miss, blah.
Poor Lugia Japan had nothing go right after turn 13. Calm Mind was able to pick up the scraps and win.
I mean, hell, turn 11 wasn't good either because the Heat Wave missed the Torkoal.
Which would have been which wasn't fine back then. It wasn't fine in general, but it was the foreshadowing to a much bigger, worse turn. So yeah, poor Lugia Japan couldn't win. Calm Mind ended up winning. Next up is National Dex. Mr. Fraud beating Trico. Echo. Or his username on Showdown was Echo Sauce.
What?
Echo 03s.
I think that's just say echoes, man.
Koichi Hirose. Alright, so Mr. Fraud beat Echoes. How? Well, on turn 2, we saw the Iron Shreds remove Hatterene's item as Echo's Ogre Pawn survived Goldango's attack to defeat Frauds, which was nice.
You're shortening his name and just calling him Fraud.
So the Fraud defeats.
Oh my god.
It crits the Hatterene before it died, the Ogre Pawn. Turn 16, we saw the Great Tusk starts bulking upping and kills the Petulant, surviving Gyarados' Flyinium Z attempt to beat it with Ice Spinner, which was a nice little... It was nice bulk from the Great Tusk there, before it eventually died to Zamazenta. And then Mega Diancie dies to poison as Goldango kills the Iron Shreds before dying to Zamazenta, who dies to poison, winning Mr. Fraud the game. Any other thoughts?
Not really.
Good win by Mr. Fraud. And now we come to the final set. Gosh, final set. The Sand Castlevanias defeating the Lavender Laprases. Oh no. Well, I remember the Lapras tied last week, right?
No.
They lost?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they haven't won yet.
Oh God! Not another leprosy bad week for
Oh yeah,
the MJ
they
team.
lost. They lost last week, or week 1. I mean.
Oh no! Which means oh no, another MJ series run is going to end up not very good.
They really haven't had any good years recently, have they?
No, Lapras Slam doesn't work.
It's because they keep drafting boomers.
Oh, boomers work. Alright, so first off in this unfortunate bodying, we had Ubers, where Vidiot continues to be the untouchable Ubers GOAT and defeats Rafna.
Yeah, like, was there ever any doubt? You criticized me for just predicting this too fast, but there was literally never any doubt.
Dude, have some respect for Rafna at least.
This is Vidiot we're talking about. What
Ubers,
respect do you want me to have in the face of the actual Uber's GOAT?
Have some faith, man. Maybe. But yeah, Vidiot crushed him.
Exactly.
So turn 1, we saw Cyclizar use the Shed Tail strat, switching to Koraidon, who does its Swords Dance and Oko's Clefable, as Skeledirge beats the Arceus Fairy by turn 8, while Gliscor kills the Koraidon. Then, on turn 11, we saw Cyclizar shed-tailing again, switching to Calyrex Ice, but Ralphna, foreseeing the future, well, actually, no, Vidiot's foreseeing the future, you friggin' whirlwinds the Ho-Oh. Then, Lunala Terra Psychics on turn 14 against Arceus, who boosts itself with defense and chips Lunala before Zacian was able to kill the Gliscor on turn 21. Then, Lunala kills the Blissey, dies to burn as Calyrex Ice sets the Trick Room on turn 34, killing Arceus, but missing the high horsepower on Skeledirge on turn 35, who kills it in the end, and Cyclizar for Vidiot to win.
You know, it probably didn't matter too much because I kind of doubt high horsepower was killing it, right? Skeledirge is bulky.
Skeledirge is bulky. I still think it would have killed, but I think Ho-Oh would still win.
No, hell no, it wasn't killing.
Well, I still think Vidiot would win because Ho-Ho is still in the back, healthy, I think. And yeah, that was probably going to win.
It's fully healthy.
Yeah, I think Vidiot was going to win either way.
Well, if high horsepower did kill, then no, Vidiot would have lost.
Really?
Yeah, the Ho-Oh would just die.
Oh, because Glacial Lance. Under Trick Room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But here's something I don't really understand about what Rafna did in the end game.
What?
Let's see.
What turn?
Let's see. Zacian dies on turn 32. Arceus is in. How come he sent in Calyrex on turn 32 instead of,
Cyclizar?
Cyclizar, yeah.
To do the Shed Tail strat and then make our
Yeah, why didn't he Shed Tail? He was perfectly free to Shed Tail, and by sending in the Calyrex on the Arceus, he ran a high risk of just being burned.
Yeah. Maybe you should have done that first.
Like, he had already used his Terra, so regardless of if this Calyrex is Terra Fire or not, that Arceus can just burn you.
Yeah, the much more better play would have been the Cyclizar does its shed tail thing, switches to Calyrex Ice. You're under sub, so you wouldn't risk the Will-O-Wisp attempt, and then you're free to just set up Trick Room and then just do your Glacial Lance thing. And then if you are going to do a high horsepower, like friggin'...
I don't really get it.
Yeah, and if you were to do the high horsepower thing, you would still be under sub. Skeletors would just burn it down. And yeah, Calyrex, you're still under Trick Room. You're still faster under Trick Room. And then boom, Calyrex would get another boost thanks to Chilling Neigh.
Now, the only thing is, even if he shed tailed, it's not. Even if he sent in Cyclizar and shed tail, this is not 100% guaranteed to make him win because, like, there's a pretty easy workaround.
What is the workaround?
Well, on the turn the Cyclizar uses shed tail, Arceus can just use, foul play. Or it could use recover and then iron defense.
Oh, probably, yeah. Oh, it could set up.
There's not exactly an easy workaround.
Yeah,
even if it was shed tail.
Yeah, I would have probably just done the shed tail thing to just get under sub, just trying to get in a good position.
Yeah, but if it foul plays that turn, sub just breaks, I think.
Probably, yeah. Calyrex has known for that attack stat, that high attacking stat, so yes. Anyway, good win.
Yeah, so whatever the case, I don't think Rofner was winning that.
Yeah, Vidiot would still win. Next up is OU. Silent Waltz defeating Clean.
Told ya.
Yeah, but let's be it. Clean did put up a good fight. He did put up a good fight. He's just 0-2 now, which you would be sad for. So, first off, we saw turn 1, we saw the Goldango paralyze the Dragonite after it revealed Shuckaberry. Whoa, what? Okay. Lander...
What? What's wrong with Shuckaberry?
It's just not common. It's a good... I get it. It's just not common to me.
I've seen it a fair bit.
Okay.
It's not the most common of sets, but it's certainly not. It's certainly not an unset. It's not exactly uncommon.
No, it's not. It's a good set. So turn 3, we saw the Lando. So eat the Ice Spinner from Dragonite to set the rocks before yeeting off and letting it die to Ogerpon, as Iron Valiant killed it on turn 7. Cleans Ogerpon, I mean. Turn 16, we saw the Ogerpon knocking off Dragonite's item, which was Boots, killing it as King Gambit kills Tinglu on turn 22, surviving Terra Ground's Iron Valiant's Terra Blast attempt. Yeah, that boy was packing Terra Blast. Then, turn 29, after multiple Thunderbolt attempts, it finally managed to hit one. It finally managed to hit the paralysis, however, it defeated the Iron Valiant, and then it chipped Pecharunt before dying eventually on turn 40. And then, in the endgame, Dragonite Dragon Danced and cleared up the confusion, killing Pecharunt as Goldango paralyzed the Iron Crown, killed it in the end with a Hex for Silent Waltz to win. Any other thoughts?
Not really. It was a good game.
It was a good game. The Silent Waltz was going to win, but Clean, he put up a good fight. Next up is the, I almost said third of OU games. It's the second one. Yerdonk versus
Wish it was the third.
Yerdonk versus Benadryl. Alright. Yerdonk. Yeah, this one was a short one. Glamora poisoned the Tinglu on turn 6 before dying to it as Darkrai nasty plot and crit killed the Tinglu in return on turn 8. Wow. Terra ghosting against the Terra normal Dragonite's E-speed attempt the very next turn. Then on turn 12, we saw the Zamazenta kill the Samurott Hisui as Goldango crit kills the Ogerpon on turn 16 before dying to Darkrai. And then, towards the end game, we saw Walking Way killing the Ribombee before dying to Goldango as Pecharunt then confused and poisoned Zamazenta, eventually stalling it out, letting it die to poison for the win for Yerdonk. Any thoughts?
I'm trying to remember if this was the game where, let's see. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Okay, he switches out Goldango, sends in Ribombee, basically sacks the Ribombee. Then he sends the Goldango back in. This is what confuses me.
What turn?
Why not send in, like, the Zamazenta?
What turn?
Turn 20.
Sets the Ribombee, kills it. I don't know why he wouldn't throw Zamazenta in. We're probably going to preserve it.
Well, my thoughts are perhaps he figures Goldango just wins because you know, it kills the Wake after comfortably taking a hit, and Pecharunt just dies to, you know, Shadow Ball.
Yep.
But what Benadryl did not account for was the possibility that this Pecharunt was fast.
It was 302 against Goldango's measly 289.
293.
293. But
well, we don't even know if that's what they were packing. But the point is, the Pecharunt was faster than the Goldango.
And it killed it.
So in the end, this ended up being not good
for Benadryl. Yerdonk had the game locked, and it was able to stall out the Zamazenta very well.
Yeah.
Alright. Next up, we have the third OU game. We had Groza versus Seru. Seru won.
Wait, actually, before we get to this, something Benadryl could have done to win last game was he could have sent in the Zamazenta, and then predicting a switch into Pecharunt, he could have doubled into Goldango.
Mm-hmm.
And then Goldango, being at full health at that point due to not taking a surf, would be able to take a Shadow Ball comfortably, somewhat comfortably anyway, and probably one-shot the Pecharunt.
Mm-hmm.
And even if it doesn't one-shot, it's certainly in crunch range by that point.
Oh, yeah.
And Zamazenta cleans.
Oh, yeah. It would have definitely put him in that range.
So yeah, that's why the Goldango thing confused me a little, because it survives for full health, it survives the Shadow Ball.
Yes. Alright, next up we had the third of our OU games. We have Groza versus Seru. Alright. First off, we had turn 4. We had Garchomp setting hazards before dying to Ting Lu on turn 10. As Zamazenta kills the Ting Lu shortly after. Then, on turn 12, Goldengo was tricked to obtain the heavy-duty boots. Remember that for later, because it'll be very important. Turn 25, Dragonite, Terranormals to crit kill the Moltres with an A speed, avoiding the burn as well with Flame Body, which benefited Seru in the long run. Walking Wake then knocked off Goldengo's heavy-duty boots, leaving Dragonite to kill it on turn 30. As in the end, we saw Goldengo killed the Meowscarada, then Terra Watered on turn 37 against Zamazenta's Crunch attempts to let it hit with a Make It Rain and prevent the resist. Seru's Zamazenta crit killed Grozas with a close combat, as Dragonite then just E-speeds the rest with its Scarf. Just told you why I remember that, because Dragonite would have speed the Dragonite before it died, and win Seru the game. Any thoughts?
Not really. Just thoughts about how the Terra Water made the Goldengo even more vulnerable to the Zamazenta in hindsight, because it could now get hit by close combat.
Which it did. And the CC crit kills Grozas thing, Zamazenta. Alright. You. Blidius. Going 2-0 in UU right now. Defeating Prince of All Tacos. Hashtag Poth Throat.
No. Don't ever say that.
Okay, Blidius. So, this one was a confusing game. I'm sure you had as well. What?
Yeah, this was another game that was lost due to throwing.
What the fuck moment number 4?
I guess so. Although this one, I think this one was a little less obvious, in my opinion.
It was less obvious, but still, it was bizarre. Turn 9. We saw the Zorar Kisui kill the Hydrapple as Rotom crit kills the Toxapex on turn 13. As Low Kicks survives Bullet Punch and beats Metagross with the Sucker Punch. Then on turn 16, we saw the Terra Ice Weavile beat the Terra Fire Slitherwing as Rotom defeats Donphan while Gardevoir beats the Zoroark Kisui, surviving Weavile's Ice Shard to kill it before Rotom kills the Zapdos Galar, winning Blidius the game. Now, please talk about that unfortunate turn.
Now, there was actual unfortunate stuff in the game, like the Toxapex getting crit kill. That was unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
But what ultimately lost the game was, let's see.
Turn 23.
Turn 22.
2. Moonblast.
Yes, Moonblast was used. Weavile used Sword Stance. And this was a throw, because if Poet used Knockoff, Gardevoir would lose its Scarf and not be able to outspeed Weavile anymore, so Weavile could comfortably outspeed and kill it.
Yeah.
And then whatever comes in after that is also going to be slower and take a hit from Weavile. If it's Rotom, it'll be put in range of Zapdos.
Yep.
And if it's Excadrill, well, it might just die. I don't know.
Well, it is an Excadrill that loses to a fighting type or a Weavile. Yeah. Also,
but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, if it's the if it's the Excadrill that comes in, Bladius would have to pray that it survives what the Weavile throws at it, and if it's the Rotom, then he just loses.
Yeah. So that was a throw. That was a big throw. Swords Dancing, not a good option. I know what you're trying to do is to try to Ice Shard the thing, but that wasn't the play.
Yeah, you could have knocked, you could have killed it, you could have got a hit off on one of his other mons, and then Zapdos probably cleaned.
Yeah. So the throwing was definitely there.
Hell, let me see something.
Uh-oh. So you're gonna calc?
Mm-hmm.
Why? What's the calc?
Well, I suppose this Excadrill, it could be a different spread. Let's see if there's any bulkier spreads in here. Yeah, Excadrill.
Oh, I thought you were calcing for Gardevoir, but okay.
What? No.
I'll leave it to you. Bro.
But with Gardevoir, you just got knocked twice and it's dead. The real question is, could sending in the real question is, could Excadrill survive a hit from Weavile to kill it and still win Bladius the game? Because basically, if he sends in Rotom, he's cooked.
Yep. That boy was a free Sword Stance away.
Excadrill set is correct. This calc says it is a guaranteed one-hit KO on Excadrill from Terra Ice Triple Axle Weavile.
Oof.
Hell, it says it's a one-hit KO from full health, and that Excadrill wasn't full health.
That just goes to show you how frail the drill is.
Yeah,
you
could always a bulkier drill in theory, but yeah, I think good odds the drill was dying.
Yes. The drill was dying, and Excadrill, Weavile would win for Poe. But no, that didn't happen. Alright. Next up is Aru. Of the shortest game in the series. Lost Memories, defeating Colored Name. 6 turns. Why was it 6 turns? Well, nothing really much happens. I mean, turn 2, we saw the Toxtricity kill the Suicune, crit OHKOing the Quagsire before dying to Chestnut, while Porygon Z killed it in return. Then Porygon Z does its nasty plot, its heals, and then Colored Name just forfeited. Actually, it's more than 6 turns. It's 12 turns, but you get what I mean.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that didn't seem accurate.
Well, it was short. It lasted about 6 turns in my mind.
Not 6 turns. You were spreading misinformation.
But it felt like 6 turns because this game was so quick. What?
It sure as hell did not feel like 6 turns, because I certainly knew that couldn't have been right the moment you said
it. Maybe I'm just used to the quick and easies. So, yeah. Colored name ultimately forfeited because he was in a losable position. Porygon Z was a threat. Even despite having a Blissey, it was still a major threat. And that's because you want to explain why colored name forfeited so early?
Well, the team he was facing was basically a near impossible matchup for him.
Almost looking like a C team.
Yes, well, you see, when you're the one who built the stalled sample, and you're bringing the stall sample,
Oof.
I don't think you should find it too surprising that when you're known for stalling in RU, that you get a stall C team.
Yep. Should have thought that one through, colored name. Yeah.
Especially in regards to this particular team, because it's public.
It is public. People can see it.
Yeah.
People can build against it. So yeah, Lost Memories picks up a W. Next up is Enu. I should have went Axortix, man. You made me go Zeri.
Don't pretend like you had some idea that Axortix would win.
I knew he could beat Zeri. You made me went for you made me go against Axortix, bruh. Don't try to spin this to your story. You know you caused this.
I don't know what you're talking about, to be honest.
Axortix beat Zeri. I expected this. I expected this to happen. I knew.
And why did you predict for him?
Because you coerced me.
You didn't have to listen.
Bruh. Turn 1. Reuniclus removed Copperage's item, who then removed Inteleon's and Flamigo's items before Flamigo killed Vaporeon on turn 8. Then turn 12, we saw Chandelure burn the Flygon, killing it, while Inteleon kills Zarina and Copperaja. Staraptor kills Flamigo on turn 23. Cinccino Terra Ghosts and tidies up, forcing Sylveon to Terra Ghost as Cinccino comes back to kill Chandelure on turn 29, defeating Sylveon as Copperaja to tanks the Staraptor's Brave Bird attempts to survive. To basically survive and kill and let Zeri beat itself, Axortix winning eventually the game. Any other thoughts?
I wonder if by preserving the Chandelure, Zeri could have had this.
Probably. I mean,
well, I don't know what Terra type the Chandelure was. Considering it seemed like it might have been choice, maybe it was. Yeah, it seemed like maybe Specs. Maybe it had an offensive Terra rather than a defensive one.
But yeah, hard switching into turn 26 was kind of an oopsie moment.
Yeah, I didn't like that, but at the same time, I guess
he was predicting Iron Head.
Well, yeah, but well, it's more that like he also was a bit limited on options at the time.
True. I mean, Star Raptor, but true. That thing would have had Stone Edge or Iron Head anyway, so it would have still dealt with Star Raptor. Alright. PU. Memphis Depay versus the Battling Professor. The last game of the week. So, turn 8, we saw the Bombardier and the Rhydon set up the rocks as Heracross Terranormaled to kill Rhydon on turn 17, while Wochien killed Decidueye Hisui on turn 29. And then turn 33, we saw Ambipom beat Slowbro Galar as Heracross beat the Wochien before dying to Ambipom, while Bombardier removed Slowbro's item before dying to it. Then, and towards the end, we saw the Ambipom faking out to kill the Bruxish on turn 45 as Bruxish's Scarf outsped to kill the Electrodesui at the end. The Battling Professor even commending the fact that he was able to get the facade turns correctly. Memphis Depay winning the game for Memphis. GOAT. Absolute GOAT. Any other thoughts?
Yeah, one moment. I'm just going back to look at when he terrored his Heracross. Yeah, he terrored his Heracross after it was already low, and that kind of confused me because by that point, your turns are very limited. Like, not only is there still a Scarf Bruxish in the back, but there is a Fake Out Mon, there is a Rocky Helmet Mon. Do you really think that Heracross is going to do much work?
No, probably not. Maybe you should have terrored early, just in case.
I was more so thinking either he terrored too late or he should have saved Terra for something later.
Another mon like the Electrode or the Bruxish even.
Maybe. I don't know what Terra Bruxish would have, but the Electrode, maybe, if it's running a Terra Blast of some kind, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that's very unfortunate. But Memphis ended up winning due to having stronger bonds at the end. Next is LC. We have Rahul versus Giav 97. This one was under the radar by a lot of people. Maybe because there was just a lot of games that happened on a
Yeah, there were multiple other games happening at the same time. That's probably why.
Thanks, you Saturday Johns.
This was Sunday.
Oh, this is a Sunday game? Well, thanks, Sunday Johns.
This is page 3.
Thanks, Sunday Johns.
And this and literally it says when it was posted, Mikoi.
Not on my end. It says Monday to me.
No, wait. Oh yeah. I guess it would.
So, turn 7.
Wait,
what?
The fact it said Monday, that means, yes, you should know when it was posted. Saturday is not Monday.
Yeah, maybe it would be. Anyway, whatever. LC, Geo versus Rahul. Turn 7, we saw Rahul finish setting up the hazards, Terra watering the Mudbray to beat Wingull, tanking Minfu's hits to beat it with Earthquake.
Unfortunately, I think Geo should have protected that turn because there were decent odds that the Mudbray would Terra.
Yeah, probably. Probably shouldn't have attacked with Wingle. Maybe.
Protect is a safe turn. You can protect basically risk free.
And then switch to Fungus to probably get rid of the toxic spikes.
Well, I don't know because odds are the Mudbray would have attacked that turn, and then Fungus would probably just be dead the next turn.
Well, speaking of Fungus, it did tank limit attacks to kill it with Giga Drain on turn 18. So more unfortunate stuff for Giov there. Then we had the Trapinch Terra Bugging beating that Fungus as Mudbray beats Giov's Fungus. While Wingle beats Trapinch, and Zorua finishes off the Vullaby with Terra Blast. Well, not Mean Food, Zoro Hisui. He beats off the Vullaby in the end for Rahul to win. Any other thoughts?
Not really.
Just a nice win for Rahul. Third to last, we had Monotype, where Thanos lost to Hammy. This is another told you moment from Pokeyard. I believed, okay?
Well, you didn't believe in Hammy, and that's where you went wrong.
It all came crumbling down for Thanos. Endgame approached. So, turn 5. We saw Kyurem kill the Clodsire, while Excadrill... Oh, by the way, this was Dragon versus Ground. Excadrill...
Yeah, assuming you have the game pulled up in this video, I think they can see that.
Yeah, Excadrill killed the Gudra Hisui as Dragon danced before being flinched on turn 11, killing Excadrill the turn after. So, that was an unfortunate flinch. Turn 20, we saw the Archaludon killing the Hippowdon before being crit killed by Landorus. And then towards the end, we saw Kyurem was the main guy left, and it was just two things that are quad weak to ice being defeated. So for Hammy to win the game. Nice little matchup for Hammy. Nice little win for Hammy. Any other thoughts?
He played very well, and Thanos let his Mamoswine die for no reason.
No reason.
Or maybe not no reason, but he didn't need to let it die.
Alright.
Could have avoided that. I feel like it still could have been useful with, it having Ice Shard. Did it have Ice Shard? Yeah, it might have.
It might have had Ice Shard, yeah.
And it didn't immediately die to Kyurem.
Yeah. Which would have been funny, but yeah. That was the thing.
Unless it didn't have Ice Shard, then I don't know. Did you need to just let it die like that?
Oh well. Alright, penultimate game time. Very quick one, this one. We had doubles OU. Akaru Kokuyo losing to Tenebrosite. Oh my god, my glazing actually did pay off. My endless glazing did actually pay off.
See? It pays off when you don't glaze them.
Yay! Turn 1.
Meaning you're reverse jinxing them.
Yay. Turn 1. We saw the Incineroar and Ursaluna double target to beat the Ogerpon. Glamora poisoned the Sinistra and Ursaluna back, while Landorus missed Sandsteer Storm on Ursaluna.
Yeah, that was kind of the big thing. This game, that was the big thing.
Yes, this was the turn that
He needed
ultimately
that to hit.
as Ursaluna dodged it but didn't avoid getting poisoned by the Glamora. Sinistra setting up the trick room shortly after. Then we saw Ursaluna kill the Glamora while Roaring Moon dies to Blood Moon. Tenebrasite ultimately forfeited. No. Akaru ultimately forfeiting. Now, Tenebrasite won.
Yeah, and that miss, the sand serum miss, that majorly helped.
This was the game that had the 6 turns, not the other one. Okay.
Silly.
Last game. Spy OP defeating Silu. Surprised?
Yeah, a bit.
Spy OP beats the number 1 GOAT of National Decks. What? Crazy. So, first off, turn 2. We saw the Hatterene paralyze the King Gambit, who full parade on turn 8 and lost to its Weather Ball on the Charizard Mega Y. Why did I phrase it as being Hatterene had Weather Ball? That would have been a nice strat.
Why are you saying Weather Ball?
Weather Ball. Charizard hitting the Weather Ball and killing the King Gambit was nice. Then, turn 17, we saw Goldango dodging the Fire Blast from the Volcanion, killing it, as Charizard killed Gliscor shortly after. Then, on turn 25, we saw Goldango surviving Great Tusk's attack with Shukaberry and kills it. This would have made more sense with the Shukaberry Goldango. Okay. However, was paralyzed by Hatren after Garchomp died, dying to Charizard on turn 32. Then, towards the end, we saw Iron Valiant kill the Hatren, taunting the Penchant, who counteracted with a Z parting shot. Was still able to hit the parting shot, despite being taunted, healing the Zard, and killing Iron Valiant with Malignant Chain, with Charizard eventually OHKOing the Ogerpon by the Weather Ball to win for Spy. Surprise? I was.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised too, but, well, Silu's team just really didn't have answers for Zard.
Yeah, and that Z parting shot play was sweet.
Yeah, watching the game, I don't think I saw it live, but watching it back, I was wondering what item that Pecharunt was that its item wasn't getting knocked. At first, I just thought maybe it didn't have an item.
That would have been weird. But
yeah, nope. Z move.
Darkinium Z parting shot. Fun. And yeah, that was predicts. Or that was recap. 24 hours later. Those are the recaps. Let's do some predictions. So who won last week?
So the winner last week was, drumroll please, pathetic drumroll, but I'll take it. The winner was me.
Yay. A pathetic drum for an overly expected win.
Yes, because I kind of already told you.
Yes, you did. So how much did you get?
23 out of 36.
Which is over 50%.
Yeah, it's over 60% too.
Good.
Yeah, it's about 64%. You got 24 out of 48.
Exactly 50%.
Mm-hmm.
And how much did the
And the pick got 22 out of 48.
So at least I could say that I'm better than 50-50.
Well, no, you're literally 50-50.
Well, I'm better than friggin' random ass generator, okay?
Yes.
What a high bar to set. Alright, week 3.
We both lost to it last week, so...
We feel ashamed. Okay, week 3. Now you guys gotta remember, Terra Blast is banned. Terra Blast has now been blasted away and is done for OU and below.
Yep.
Which means Ubers, we could still potentially see Terra Blast.
Yes, it also means we could see it in LC and DOU as well.
Yay!
And Monotype.
Yeah. Terra Blast and Monotype. Yay! Please.
Yes, I was making a joke. I was intentionally making a joke.
It's sarcasm. Anyway, yeah, so if you ever cross the mind of using Terra moves, don't. Okay. So, let's get things started. First of all, we have the Pillsbury Fido Boys versus the Jubilife Jirachis, which means PokeArt can still have a 12-match break.
Yeah, and I can just take my time crunching on all these Pokemon players.
So,
which is to say I'm eating nerds.
Wait, what? Yeah, I cannot. The brains of this woman, I simply cannot understand sometimes. Alright. Ubers. We start off with D-Wagon versus JB. Now, I gotta remember that both players lost last week?
Yes.
Which is a shame. But, who looked the more...
Dwagon beat the player that JB lost to. So there.
So, D-Wagon is 1-1. JB is 0-2.
Exactly.
I think I'm gonna go with D-Wagon here. I think he looks stronger in defeat. And yes, I am predicting JB to lose 3 weeks in a row.
It's okay.
That's a bad start. That's a real bad start for the Jirachis. But why do you say it's okay?
Because they have success in other tiers, like the ones you're about to cover.
And what does the pick say? What does the pick say?
Oh, right. The pick agrees with you and says Dwagon.
Yeah. OU. Oh God, you're facing an OU against the OU teams. So JoJo Wee versus Batty. Now listen, I know JoJo Wee got robbed last week. It was very unfortunate, Rob.
JoJo Wee is goated. You don't understand.
Batty also lost last week. But
you know what? You make a good point. You make a good and valid point. They're 1-1 each.
So, yes, they are 1-1 each. And we know Batty is beatable. However, is JoJo's aura stronger than Batty's?
Yeah?
Why do you say that?
He's JoJo.
He's got massive aura.
Like This should be obvious.
He's got massive aura. Out of your OU slots, I think Jojo Wee has the most solid chance of defeating Batty. So I'll give you that.
You're still predicting against him, aren't you?
I'm gonna go betting man. I'm gonna go betting man, and I'm picking Jojo Wee.
Yeah!
I genuinely think he can beat Batty if he can catch him off guard. So I expect cooking.
And cooking we shall do, maybe. I don't know. Prep hasn't really kicked off fully yet.
So, what does the pick say?
The pick agrees with you and says Jojo Wee.
That is purely betting man instincts because the next two OU slots. Oof. Next up is the second of our OU slots, Soul King Zero versus No Name. Now, PokeArt. How are you going to convince me to predict for your boy against someone who is 35.5k and is currently 2-0?
Low-key, I'm not gonna convince you because I don't know shit about Soul King myself.
He's your partner. He's your teammate.
Yeah, this is also the first time I'm gonna see him play at all.
I'm picking No Name to win. He is probably the best OU player of the Jirachis, let alone this pool. So, yeah.
But hey, hear me out for a second.
No, what is it?
Soul King's name is Soul King Zero.
Oh,
you
no.
ever heard the song Zero to Hero?
That's Palafin's ability.
Well, yeah, but it's also a song from a Disney movie.
I do know. Okay, I think Soul King Zero is secretly a god.
Maybe he is. Or maybe he's the Soul King.
Well, you're gonna have to make him prep like a god, and he has to play like a god in order to beat No Name. Does Pick agree, though?
Yeah.
See, the safe choice is always the obvious one. Occam's Razor and all that. So next up we have OU, the third of our OU tiers, Halaman 95 versus Chicos. As much as I'm rooting for Halaman, and I know Halaman's strongest tiers are LC and OU.
Yeah, this is one of his strong tiers. He'll cook. Trust. He'll cook.
I've teamed with Halaman in the past, and he's done. He's still kicking. He's still kicking in Tour's room. He's still kicking ass and taking names. But Chicos is a strong boy. I think the OU support is gonna carry Chicos to a solid victory, and I think he's what? 1-1 as well? Or is he 2-0?
He's 2-0.
He is 2-0. I think he's gonna go 3-0. Yeah, I'm gonna go Chicos. Sorry.
Halaman will cook. He'll cook, I swear.
Make that boy proud, PokeArt. Make him proud. Alright. Does Pick
What
agree?
am I supposed to do to make him proud? He's supposed to make us proud.
Well, scout for him all the way, I guess. I don't know. How do you prep? How do you prep him up?
That's a secret.
Okay. Alright, does Pick
For
agree?
all you know, maybe I'm not doing anything for prep.
Does Pick
I mean, we got a bunch of people who play OU, for, you know.
I guess. Does Pick agree?
The pick says Halaman.
So it believes. You. One Last Kiss versus Satoshi Flower. One Last Kiss, who got extremely lucky, admittedly, last week.
No, that wasn't luck. That was pure ass playing from his opponent.
But he managed to pull a win out of his ass against someone who has been playing UU and has been playing UU consistently, but is currently 0-2, I think.
Are we talking about taking notes, kinda?
No, Itoshi Flower.
Yeah, okay, you didn't properly transition there.
But someone who is currently 0-2, I think. I think if Toshi Flowers lost every week so far.
Let's see. Yeah, he's 0-2.
Better player, one last kiss. When in doubt,
I already filled it out because I knew you were going to say that.
When in doubt, glaze the fuck out of him. One last kiss. All right. Does Pick agree?
Now don't glaze the fuck out of him, okay? Please don't.
That's why
you know what happens every time you do that.
I've restrained myself at least for this week. If he wins this week, the glazing will return. Does Pick agree though?
No. The pick disagrees and says Itoshi Flower will win.
Alright. RU. Kafka, who has transitioned from OU to RU against Maxis C23.
Congrats on his transition.
What?
Nothing.
What? Okay. Max? Gotta admit, he did alright against Dirk last week. But, and he's up against someone who is just transitioning to RU.
Why do you keep saying it like that?
I don't know. I mean, A-Truck needed a break, so why not have Kafka do it in his place?
Well, actually, no, it wasn't that A-Truck needed a break. It was that Kafka needed a break from OU. He's like, Can I not play OU next week?
Both these two needed a break.
Can Soul King go in OU and I play RU? Can we do that? Basically.
Alright. Both these players.
Yeah, that's what we did.
Well, both these players needed a break, woman. So Kafka would like to have a try, and he might be potentially facing a good opponent in Max. So I think out of this prediction, though, just because I think he has more grasp on the tier after playing last week, I think I'm gonna go with Max.
Rude.
You never know. Well, if Kafka impresses, then I'll probably pick him next week. But until then, he's gotta have to prove.
You're acting like he'll be in RU next week. We don't know that.
Well, if he chooses to be. Does Pick agree?
The pick has more sense than you and is picking Kafka.
No, it's just biased for you. NU. We have Nemose versus Immortal. I don't
know. I always read it as I'm mortal.
Formerly goated Immortal, as they say in the Smogon PFP.
So he's not goated anymore?
Probably is still, Pokehard. You never know. But...
Or what if he never was and realized?
Ouch. Harsh. But,
I can't be glazing the opponents, Mikoi.
Well, your GOAT, speaking of glazing, your GOAT, your NU GOAT, Nemose, has been kicking ass this BLT so far. 2-0, very strong performances for the past couple of weeks. And I say, he's gonna do well here. I think I'm picking Nemose here.
Good. I already filled it out because I predicted you would predict that.
I knew you were gonna do this, so I do this. So, who does Pick say?
The pick says Nemose as well.
PU, we have Lenny versus Me Empty. Me Empty did do well last week.
Yes, but I think we just gotta acknowledge that Valber is just destined to get 6-0'd.
And me empty was one of the the lucky souls who managed to accomplish that feature. But on the other side, you got Lenny, who has been a master of PU of sorts for the past couple of years now. I gotta say it, when in doubt, T-Lenny it out. T-Lenny to win.
Good. I had already filled that in for you as well.
T-Lenny.
However, the pig disagrees with you.
It chooses to be empty because it's pick.
Yeah, it is empty.
LC, we have Papillon versus Zidarky. Or The Marvelous. Is The Marvelous 0-2?
Yes.
And Pap is 1-1. Yeah, when in doubt. Well, wow, your guys are strong in the lower tiers, like NU, PU, LC. I don't think that core is broken, so hey, Pap to win. Pap will win here.
Good. I filled that out as well.
Pap will win here. No questions asked. If you know Pap, he's strong in LC. Does Pick agree, though?
The pick says DeMarvelous.
It wants to be a betting pick. Monotype. We have a WinCon versus Ringmaster Uta.
1-1 versus 0-2.
Yes, and despite all the bullshit that happened with WinCon's game, he does have a better grasp of this meta than Uta does. So.
And let's be real. WinCon had last week's game in the bag without the crit anyway.
I'm picking WinCon to win. Why?
Good.
Because it's a WinCon.
Yeah, and the pick agrees with that line of thinking.
Doubles OU. We have Just Franco versus Icy Penguin.
I heard this is an OSDT rematch.
I also heard that, and I believe last I checked, Franco won?
Well, let's see. Let us see.
What?
Round 9, which was recently, actually.
And who won that one?
Oh, Icy Penguin.
Icy Penguin beat Just Franco that one. So this is about to be interesting. So you'd think from official Smog on doubles that Icy Penguin would also have a win here. He has been impressive. Icy Penguin is a good doubles player.
But is he Franco level so good?
Is he Franco levels of good indeed? He did lose last week, Just Franco. But I think he's gonna win this week. I don't know. I just have that gut feeling. I'm gonna go Just Franco here.
There you go. That's the spirit.
I just have that nagging feeling. My mind wants to go Icy Penguin, but my heart says Franco's got this. Franco will have.
They say, listen to your heart.
If in case, listen to your heart. And if my heart says Just Franco will edge it out. This is gonna be a good game, though. This is gonna be a very close game.
It's gonna be good indeed.
Who does Pick say?
It agrees with you and says Just Franco. It chooses the heart over the mind.
National decks. We have Electrain Heart versus Omar.
Okay, I'm gonna take a guess at who you're gonna pick.
Now, the tier leader, he had his moment. He had a good week 1, had a not so great week 2. Meanwhile, Electrain Heart had a
terrible week 1 matchup, which led to his loss, and week 2 was a close game. versus
Yes.
tempo.
And comparatively speaking, I think Electrain would be the better player. But I don't know.
What? What do you mean you don't know?
Maybe Omar matches him in skill?
No?
You don't think so? Okay.
I don't think so at all, no.
I'm gonna go, after very much deliberation, I'm gonna say Electrain wins, but only slightly.
Good.
Slightly.
Then I predicted correctly.
Like a 51-49 for Electrain to win over Omar. Or 55-45 maybe, if I'm generous, I don't know. Maybe Omar could pull up an upset, who knows, but yeah, Electrain for me to win. Does Pick agree?
The pick says Omar will win and get a positive record.
For once. Yeah. Wow, I predicted how many fucking Fido boys?
You predicted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
9-3.
You're predicting us to 9-3 these guys.
But the OU thing, though, just be careful about the OU thing.
Oh, you think we don't know that? You think we don't know that?
Just be careful of that OU thing. You're facing the OU team. Let's just say that. Alright. Next up, we have the Malignant Chain versus the Sand Castlevania. Now you're back in the game now. You can predict now. Next up, we have Ubers. We have X Guardian versus Vidiot.
Vidiot.
Why do you say Vidiot?
I don't know who X Guardian is, nor how good he is. Idiot is idiot. Do I need a better explanation?
They played week 1, and they lost to WSSI.
That was OU.
Yes.
So, that tells me something about how they are Ubers.
No, I also will say Vidiot. He is the.
Yeah, don't act like I'm crazy for going immediate here.
He's 2-0. He's the Uber's king at this point. Who can stand up to Vidiot?
People who are not in this tournament, I think. Well, actually, maybe Dwagon can. Because he's goated.
Vidiot to win. Does Pick agree?
The pick agrees. Not even the pick is delusional enough to pick against Vidiot.
Alright. Next is another OU fest. We have Sagazin versus Clean.
Clean.
Yeah, I'm not really impressed with Sagazin performances. I think he's 0-2.
Yeah.
I think Clean Cuts will win. He has to.
I think Clean will get his first win.
His first win after having to deal with God OU player after God OU player. Yeah, I think now's the time you give Clean something. Clean will win. Cleanly.
Hopefully, cleanly. Yeah, exactly.
Does Pick agree with both of our stances?
Yes, we're all picking cleanly.
Cleanly. Next is the OU. We have Mikey Mon versus Yerdunk.
Yerdunk, to be honest.
Really? Why do you say Yerdunk?
He's just been better. I don't see why this is crazy.
He's just been better. He's only played 2 weeks. Personally, I think he's kind of mid. Mikey Mon wasn't exactly the best showing last week. But you know what? I think I still believe. I'm going Mikey Mon.
Well, okay.
I don't know. I have this nagging feeling. Does Pick agree? Who does Pick side with?
Pick sides with you. Okay. But I mean, the pick tends to be less accurate, so I don't know.
Well, my heart says Mikey Mon. Alright. OU, Pixel Bob versus Groza.
Pixel Bob.
Yeah, Pixel Bob has been impressive. We'll just say that outright. Pixel Bob does impress in both OU games he's done. He's currently 2-0, which is saying something. Which is saying something. And
It's gonna end once he faces like No Name or something, or Silent Waltz or whatever.
Oh, if he faces against the big boys in OU, that's gonna be a hard matchup. And he faces against the Jirachis, who does Pixel Bob go after? That's a question. But yeah, for here though, Pixel Bob.
Yeah, agreed.
Does Pick agree?
The pick says Groza.
Interesting. Oh, next is UU. We have Chimera versus Blidius. Now, I think Kimmer is 1-1, right?
1-1, but he got a little unlucky versus Taka.
He did. Blidius is 2-0.
Yeah, although Pote threw against Blidius,
He did.
He was the first week. Week one's game was a bit of a weird one. He was losing for most of that, but he reverse swept with Mew.
Yes, he did. Personally, I think Blidius did better than Kimmer these past couple of weeks, so I'm saying Blidius.
I'm saying Kimmer.
Alright. So we disagree here. Who does Pick side with?
Me. It says Kimmer.
It says Kimmer. Are you? You have LBN versus Lost Memories.
I'm thinking LBN.
I'm also thinking LBN. LBN has been impressive in RU for the past couple of weeks. And despite Lost Memories gaining a win, he's going up against a strong player in RU, to be honest. So yeah, I think it's safe to say to bet for LBN here.
Yeah, and besides, Lost Memories had perhaps an unlosable matchup last week.
A freebie. He had a freebie. It would be heresy if he lost that. Does Pick agree?
The pick agrees.
Goes LBN. Wow, it's agreeing with us. What does that mean? It's agreeing with us for a lot of these games.
We're screwed.
We're screwed. Hopefully this doesn't turn to a reverse jinx. A jinx. Alright, NU. We have a highlight matchup. We have Hacker versus XIII. Delicious matchup, this one. Both are 1-1.
But not as yummy as these nerds.
1-1, both of them. 1-1, both of them. They've had lost. The Hacker lost to Ampha. XIII beat Ziri. So this is about to be an interesting one. What do you think, Pokeart?
What do you think?
Why are you throwing it back at me? I asked you.
Well, I'm buying time.
XIII did well against Ziri. Hacker did get a little head scratching last week, so I'm saying XIII. I think he's gonna go on a lucky streak here.
I also say XIII, I think.
Damn, we're both predicting against Hacker? I thought you would be the one to go for Hacker.
Well, XIII is, XIII.
I think
probably one of the better NU players in this pool.
Yeah, I would. I'd second that. I think XIII in NU specifically, I think XIII is stronger than Hacker. If it was other tiers, Hacker would be stronger.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Acrotix to win for both of us. Who does Pick say?
And the pick included.
And we all say Acrotix. PU. Oh boy, this is gonna be a spicy one. We have Terracotta versus Memphis Depay.
Ooh.
A very matchup indeed. I like it. But I think I know who to pick. Who do you think?
No, say who you're gonna pick.
Memphis Depay. As much as I like the fact that Terracotta beat Asa, he did get lucky.
That is true, yeah.
So, Memphis Depay. I think stronger player, stronger win here.
Oh, I'm very torn on this. I am very torn on this. Those noises are annoying.
Okay, I'll stop. Who do you say?
My gut is saying Terracotta.
So are you going with your gut?
I think I am, because it is strongly saying Terracotta.
Over Memphis. Alright.
Yeah, I mean, I expect this to be a very close and good game, though.
Yes. Absolutely. Yeah, we disagree, which is interesting. Who does Pick side with?
The pick sides with me.
Terracotta. Alright. LC. We have the Gaming Attack versus Rahul. 3301.
LC Goat TGA is finally back where Destiny calls him.
Yes, he should have been slotted here to begin with, I'll be honest, instead of
I doubt he wants to be slotted here.
This is his favorite tier. You know, he says it himself. This is his favorite tier. No bullshit. No copium here. So, I'm going TGA here.
Oh, you are?
Yes, I am going TGA here.
I was actually gonna go Rahul.
Really? Over the GOAT?
I mean, we've seen, I guess Rahul got lucky in week 1, but he's on a streak, you know?
On a good streak? You think he's gonna be on that good streak?
Yeah.
And also
I don't know. I can't really predict this one confidently.
Alright, but you also
because TGA, we know he can be a little full of surprises.
He does. And you're saying Rahul based on the fact that, you know, maybe TGA, because he doesn't like playing.
No, actually, screw it. I should just predict TGA.
Ah, yes, the GOAT. Alright, you're siding on the good side. You're siding on the correct side. TGA wins. Alright. Who does Pick agree, though?
I really would not be surprised if Rahul wins, okay?
Okay. Does Pick agree, though?
The Pick agrees.
Okay. Next is Monotype. We saw Tare versus Thanos.
Tare.
And this is going to be one of the few times where I actually do agree with you. Yes, Tare to win. Sorry, Thanos. I'm gonna try defending you at some point, but for this one, it just ain't it. Tare's just that goated. Pick agree, though?
The Pick says Thanos.
Doubles OU. We have Lugia JP versus Akira Kokyo. Now, Lugia Japan did show up last week. Did show a pretty competent battle. The fact that he got unlucky was a shame.
Yeah, that was a very dominant performance up until the bad luck.
Akaru, though, you lost to Tenebrasite last week.
Yes.
So he is beatable.
Well, everyone's beatable, Mikoi. We play a game of chance.
Unless you're SMB. You're beat. Everyone is... not everyone is unbeatable.
SMB is beatable.
Yeah, coming from someone who has beaten SMB in the past. So...
Well, that's not really what I meant when I said that.
Anyway...
Or just thinking of I'm pretty sure there was a year he didn't have a good record, okay?
Anyway, what were we saying here? This could be a close one.
I don't know. Who are you saying?
I think everyone and their mother is going to predict Akira Kokyo, but I'm going to go betting man instinct here, and I'm going to say Lugia Japan.
I'm not a betting man. I'll go Akira Kokyo.
I'm going to be the betting man because that impressive performance last week did convince me that, hey, Lugia Japan might actually can pull off an upset. It just needs to, he just needs the luck in his favor.
Yeah, he did clearly have a goated team choice last week.
Yes, he did. Alright, who's pick side with?
The pick sides with you.
For once. Alright, National Dex. This happened, and it was a long and plotting game. Mr. Fraud versus Spy.
Yes. That game went on for like an hour or so.
Yeah, and not one Pokemon died until 150 turns in?
Mikoi, no Pokemon died.
Oh, that's right.
Period.
No Pokemon died.
There were no Pokemon who fainted. They were all alive when the forfeit happened.
But towards the halfway point, I basically said, yeah, I think because the PP was too low, I thought Spy had the advantage from there on, so...
Well, no, not really.
Yeah.
I mean, you can just switch a bunch and...
Which they did a lot.
Yeah, but you can just do it more. You don't need to, you don't necessarily need to, you don't need to waste PP every turn.
But it was very clearly from that point on that Spy OP had the advantage. So it was just how long can Mr. Fraud survive until he eventually forfeits. So yeah. Yeah. I was going in to say Mr. Fraud will win, so I'll take the L. I'll take the gracious L here, and I'll go with Mr. Fraud. I would have gone Mr. Fraud, but if the game...
Yeah, I probably would have gone Mr. Fraud too.
Yeah, so we'll both take the L. Yay.
And so we'll pick.
Yeah, we're all -1 starting from here on out. Alright, next up we have the Scripted Soul Bros versus the Primal Power Pangoros. Next, first up, we have Ubers. We have EA Nasir versus Jojin. EA Nasir...
sorry.
EA Nasir, who is 2-0. Against Jojin, who got incredibly unlucky last week.
Yes, but he's 1-1, right?
He is 1-1. Right?
Yeah, right?
Right? Check. Double check. Double check. If he's 0-2, I'm gonna laugh.
Yeah, he's 1-1.
Okay. Jojin. So, you're saying Jojin?
Yeah, I'm saying Jojin.
Over here, 2-0 EA Nasir, huh?
Yeah.
I agree. I agree with that. You thought I was gonna question you. No, I think Jojin's the better player. EA Nasir has been getting that lucky streak going, but I think it stops here. I think Jojin will win.
Yeah, and the pick says EA Nasir.
Gonna go 3-0. Next is the OU. We have Leroy Pollux versus Jess Kansas City.
Ooh, I'm not sure.
Leroy does have a good sense of the meta. I think both these players are 2-0.
Yeah, they are both 2-0.
So that's going to be a good one. So Leroy does have a good sense of the meta. but I genuinely think Jasp is the better player. So
Okay.
I'm thinking Jasp. I'm thinking Jasper.
I'll agree with you, honestly.
Really? I thought you were gonna go Leroy.
Nah, Jasp seems good.
Alright. So we both say Jasp, but who does Pick say?
The pick says, but I disagree. It's going with Leroy.
Going with Leroy. Next up, we have the other OU game. We have Let's Rumble, Shall We? We have versus Vios. This one's good. This one frustrates me. You know why? Because both these players are good, but we just haven't seen their best performance yet. So it is kind of frustrating to see who would win here, but who are you going with?
Let's rumble, shall we?
You're gonna go with the SPL player. Let's Rumble, shall we?
Yeah, aren't you?
I'm also gonna go with Let's Rumble, shall we? We have been predicting for against Vios for 3 straight weeks in a row, which is very unfortunate because he is a good player.
Well, no, you predicted in favor of Vios last week, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, did I? Then, well...
yeah, I think so. 1 second, let me see.
Did I?
Yeah, you predicted in favor of Vios last week, and instead of Pixel Bob.
Okay. So, frustratingly, yeah. But, yeah, I think Let's Rumble, shall we? Because of his SPL experience, probably will cater here. The pick does not agree and goes for Vios. All right, next is the next OU game. We have WSSI versus Bundy.
I'm thinking Bundy.
Despite the fact that WSSI is what, 2-0? Or is he 1-1?
Is he?
He's played 2 games.
WSSI.
He's played 2 games.
Yeah, he's 2-0.
2-0. Bundy.
But I'm pretty sure Bundy is 2.
Is Bundy 2?
He's also 2-0.
Okay. Bundy seems to be the better player. You're right. I'm thinking going Bundy.
Yeah.
Does Pick agree, though?
The pick does not agree.
Goes for WSSI. Next up is UU. We have ETGX versus Taka.
Taka.
Sorry, ETGX. You're going up against...
Yeah, I didn't even give you a chance to breathe there.
Yeah, you didn't... Yeah, I was going to go Taka too immediately. Like, he's going to have to pull off a miracle if he wants to beat one of the more favorable UU players in this tour. Probably ever. Attack to win.
I think you were glazing him a little, but, like, yeah, he's still gonna win.
Does Pick agree, though?
The pick agrees.
Yeah, alright. RU, we have Sulfura 28 versus High Naming is Hard.
High Naming.
Despite the fact that he did have an oopsie last week.
Happens to the best of us.
I'm gonna go High Naming as well. I don't. The Sulfura may be a good player. He did hold his own against LBN, but I think High Naming will be the stronger here. I think he's gonna bounce back after that oopsie and win. Does Pick agree?
Yeah, the pick agrees.
Yay! Then we have TGK, who is the Griffin King, I believe, versus Ampha.
Ampha.
He has beaten Hacker. He is one of the more notable NU players. Ampha to win.
Even the pick agrees.
I wish he had played week 1 so that he could have a 2-0 lead going into this. So, PU, we have shown...
Huh? But he is... Oh, right. That was an act win.
That was an act win.
Act loss, actually.
He's 1-1. PU. We have Shone versus Asa.
Probably Asa.
Shone did play well for the past couple of
That's
weeks.
true. I expect this game to be good, but, well, Asa is probably the most, PU player of the PU players.
He's the... Are you calling Asa stinky? Yikes.
No, I'm not.
PU
But,
goes...
I think half the other people I think most of the other people playing this tier don't actually play it, so,
they do know the meta very, very well, and yeah, I do agree that Asa might be generally considered to be the more favorable player in PU, so I'm going Asa.
Yeah, there you go.
My God, we're agreeing.
Even agrees.
My God, we're all agreeing in all these tiers so far. We gotta have to disagree at least somewhere. Maybe in LC perhaps, when Cutie Fox meets Arcanine 1929 in the most Tours Room game match of all time. It is, though. It is the most Tours Room game match of all time. Genuinely,
not wrong.
Genuinely, I think the new player base in the tournament room genuinely thinks this is the greatest matchup we'll ever gonna see. So I think,
yeah, probably.
I think these two better cook and they better play like it's SPL.
Boy, it's LC.
Yes, they better play like an SPL level matchup, okay? I genuinely...
Again, it's LC. No, not even SPL level LC matches are gonna feel like SPL.
So who do you think?
Probably iPika.
I'm gonna say Arcanine. I think Arcanine has been...
What?
I
thought you, of all people, would predict against Arcanine. You've been,
very negative
not high
on him. I have been not high on him. But against iPika, though, I think this is one of the few times where I'll say, yeah, I think Arcanine wins.
Sheesh.
Yeah.
I think this is getting into the territory of iPika slander.
it kind of is.
No offense against Arcanine. It's just this makes it very clear that you do not have a high opinion of iPika.
Well, you know, it comes down to support regardless, and I think the Goros have got Arcanine support well down after these past couple of weeks. So yeah. We disagree finally. Who does pick say?
The pick says iPika.
Okay. Monotype. CLL versus adjustments. Now, considering the shit show last week, I hope you know who you're going with.
CLL?
Are you serious?
Well, yeah.
Are you serious? After the top one choke, you're still going CLL.
It happens to the best of us.
Are you serious right now? I'm going adjustments.
Bro, he's 0-2.
No, I can't defend CLO after all. I can't back him up after the shit show that was that Monotype game.
Well, God smiled upon WinCon because he felt bad over the hacks or something. I don't know.
No, I'm going to adjustments. I'm going adjustments to win, man. I hope that was a one-time deal, and maybe I can back CLO up next week. But for now, though, my stock prices are a bit waning. Who does pick side with?
It sides with you.
Okay. It's doubles. We have Tandeman versus Calm Mind 75. So Star Calyrex is in his bread and butter tier. Doubles.
And yet he ain't out here boosting his special attack and special defense, is he?
Oh, that would be Calm Mind's job. And I think, despite the fact that he's home in his good tier. Combine 75 is just a better player.
Yeah, Tandem Man may be home, but Combine 75 owns the house.
He is paying those rents, and he's gonna win here.
Exactly.
Does Pick side with us though?
Yeah.
Okay. National Dex, Tempo de Anguria versus Threeko.
Come on, you know. You surely agree with me on this.
Surely you're not gonna you're gonna side with Threeko, right? You're gonna side with the National Dex player of all time, right? Yeah, I'm gonna go Tempo de Anguria, actually.
Good.
Generally better, very experienced. Tempo to win.
And the pick agrees.
And that was that. Now, finally, we come to the Gritty Golurks versus the Lavender Leprases.
Do you keep pronouncing wrong because they've lost 2 weeks in a row?
They have lost 2 weeks in a row.
Okay, but if they win a week, will you pronounce it correctly?
Lavender Leprases? Oh my god. Alright. It's no Azalea Alakazams, but it'll do. First off, we have Ubers. Celeste versus Rofna.
Probably Celeste.
You're really betting against Rofna. 3 weeks in a row.
Yeah? Is there something wrong with that?
You really are not a fan of Rofna these days, huh? The fall off needs to be studied. I'm going with Celeste too.
You're getting on my case, and yet here you are doing the exact same thing.
I need to call you out on your hypocrisy at some point, okay?
I need to call you out on yours because I need to go check who you've been predicting for in regards to Rofna. You predicted against him in week 1 and against him in week 2 as well. You're doing the exact same thing here and attempting to call me out on it?
Yes.
Nuh-uh. You're not getting away with this.
Yes, that is my job. Alright, does Pick agree though?
The pick does not agree. It's going to be the one thing that predicts in favor of Rofna.
In Ubers. Alright, OU, we have a highlight match. Doug Trio is Broken versus Silent Waltz.
Ooh, yeah, highlight indeed. I'm picking Silent Waltz, though.
He is the strong OST runner-up. Silent Waltz to win.
Yeah, that OST runner-up thing is actually carrying him in predicts, not gonna lie.
Yeah, as much as I want to predict against Silent Waltz, I mean, I gotta recognize the fact that he's 2-0 and he's been showing up in great performances. Silent Waltz. All the way.
We need this guy to fight No Name at some point.
Oh, hell yeah, that's gonna happen at some point. Alright, does Pick agree?
It does.
Alright.
Silently.
Waltzing up there. Oh yeah, we have 4-Tup versus Click and Think. Or Click more than Think.
Huh?
You tell me, Pokeart, who are these two?
I
don't know. You clearly know better than me in the modern tour scene, so you probably seen both these guys.
Oh, I don't know who these guys are. Who are these guys? Someone tell me. I do not know.
I don't know. Let's just judge them on the base of their support. Their more probable support. Who's gonna boost up? Who do you think has the better do you think has the better roster to help build for these two?
Wait, I got a brilliant way of determining this, actually.
Oh no.
Let's see. OU Spring Seasonal made it to round 4. So I guess he lost at round 5. And now let's look at.
What?
So so I was just, you know what I was doing just now?
What?
So I was searching up the user plus Gen 9 OU to see what tour game wins they have in it.
Mm-hmm.
And oh dear.
What?
Not a single thing came up for Click and Think.
Oh!
As in, he's never won. Never won an OU tour game.
Whoa!
Whereas Fortup made it to round 4 of OU Spring Seasonal.
So, is it fair to say that we go for Click and Think? Because he's an unproven guy. We don't know how much he's skilled. He's never won an OU tour game, but maybe he's just building. Maybe he's just building character. Maybe he's just gathering aura.
Well, bear in mind, I was searching through, general Smogan history. No limit on dates or anything, which means in the entirety of Gen 9's run, he has not won in a Gen 9 OU tour game.
Maybe BLT 13 will be the chance. I'm going for it up though.
Yeah.
Because he has the results that Click and Think does not.
Yeah, Fortup actually has a decent amount of an okay amount of OU experience from what I'm seeing.
So yeah, Fortup. Spick agree though?
The pick agrees.
Yeah. The next OU we have Ainsgrad versus Seru.
Yeah, on the sheet it says Ainskatad.
So Ainskatad, he's what? He's 1-1, I think.
He might be. Yeah, 1-1.
He's 1-1. Seru is 0-2. Or no.
No, he's 1-1 as well.
He's 1-1. He's 1-1 under 1. I'm thinking of a different time. Seru's not. He did make top cut earlier in OSDT, which is very good.
That's OSDT.
Yes, that is OSDT.
That has nothing to do with this.
But, which is very good. But, in terms of singles, though, I think Ainskatad will win. So,
I agree. Ainskatad will win.
I will predict for Ainskatad. This pick.
As will I.
This pick.
The pick is going Saro, though.
Ainskatad to. Ainskatad. We're picking with Barbor Boyne. What? All right.
We're picking our Boyne.
UU Molmets versus Pote. Pote the goat or Pote the throat this week? Who do you think?
Please don't.
Well, what are you saying? I think I know Molmets enough. Like,
who is Molmets? Care to tell me?
Not very good.
Oh. How about I look at if they've won any Gen 9 UU tour games?
Well, you do that.
Gen 9 UU. Nope.
Not very good. Yeah. I don't. So yeah, I think Pote will finally get a win here. Maybe?
Well, Pote hasn't won any Gen 9 UU games since 2023.
What? He's been that washed in UU for 3 years?
Well, you see, there's only one result, actually.
And it's a loss.
Well, no, it's a win. It's a win. It's from TLT. It's from TLT 7.
That's a long time since then.
Yes.
We've had 2 whole editions afterwards, Pokeyard. So Pote is washed, but he will win against Moments.
Hell, let me see. Is this replay even still available? Can I see who he fought? Oh, it's not available.
Yeah, okay.
It's gone.
Alright, Poke. Yeah, Poke.
Oh, it was Cyril.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Pokeyard. What do you say?
I guess I'll go vote.
He did nearly won that UU game had it not been for the throw, but yeah. Is Pick agreed?
Y'all keep saying throat, but I think it should be throw, considering that's what happened.
Pote the goat? No.
Okay, right. That works too.
Does Pick agree though with Pote the goat?
No, it says moments.
Alright, are you Dirk versus colored name? What do you think?
Who do you think?
Dirk.
Wow. Okay.
Immediate, yes, I know, but yeah. Colored name, lost in 12 turns thanks to him bringing his own stall sample. Hopefully he never does it again.
I don't know, though. Like, he could change it up this week, and if he does, that could catch Dirk off guard, you know?
But we did see Dirk perform well last week. I think it's enough for him to get the nod this week.
Okay. I don't feel confident predicting for Dirk, but okay.
Does Pick agree, though?
The Pick does not agree.
Alright. And yeah, we have Gom versus Ziri.
Oh, shit.
Is this really something to be oh shitted about? I think this is one-sided.
Are you about to protect against Ziri?
I don't think I'm going Ziri. What the hell are you talking about?
Oh, okay. I thought you were about to predict against Ziri.
No. I think Ziri's gonna one-shot him, honestly.
Oh my god, I think this will be a good game. Why are you so...
I think this is a domination. I think I'm going Ziri.
Okay, that's nice. Even though Ziri hasn't actually won a game.
He hasn't? Oh, that's right. Because he lost, and then he got Actwind. Yeah.
Yes, he got his one win was Act, so he hasn't actually won yet.
So hopefully he's not washed, and maybe he'll get to play, and hopefully we'll get to see the Ziri we all know and love. Alright.
Yeah.
Does Pick agree with us, though?
The Pick does not agree.
Goes for Gomdo. PU! We have Ghost Ilex versus the Battling Professor.
I don't really know anything about this Ghost Ilex.
He is?
I don't think he plays PU either.
He does not play PU? What about at other tours?
0 results.
Oh. The Battling Professor has done well despite being 0-2, I think. But I still say the Battling Professor. I think he's gotten enough experience as is.
Yeah, he actually plays the tier. Like, there's results here. There's a fair amount of results here. Like, let's see what there is for this year. He got to at least round 5 in Winter Seasonal. Oh wait, no, he's gotten to at least round 8 in Winter Seasonal. My bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's it. All right.
So yeah.
The Battling Professor.
He's also got a number of results for last year, so yeah, I think it's safe to say he plays this.
He does play, and I think the experience will carry him. Battling Professor to win.
Battling Professor to win.
God damn it, we're...
Oh shit.
Control Z it up, woman.
Do you see what I accidentally just did?
I am the ultimate stand for the Battling Professor. Give him all the power. I'm the infinite glaze.
Show it on the video what I just accidentally did. Oh my god.
Yes, give it all to me. The Battling Professor will win every game imaginable in week 3. I am the ultimate stan. The Professor will win everything. I have not lost my mind.
Make quiz prediction. The Battling Professor will win every game.
Every game. Every game. Alright.
Okay, I'll change it back.
Alright. I am not going that mad. I'm picking the Battling Professor to win his Gen 9 PU game. God damn it.
I agree. But maybe he'll win a few other games too.
He'll win maybe everyone. Alright, next just pick agree.
No.
Alright. Next is
Well, I can make it agree.
You have the power.
Yeah, like watch this.
The pick is mad with power, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god. Alright. Let's get serious now.
Okay.
Let's see. We have Novax versus Geo97. Novax is currently 1-1? Or 2-0?
2-0.
2-0. Geo hasn't won anything yet. Unfortunately, I think the situation. As much as I want to do Geo, unfortunately, I have to see skill prevails. I'm going Novax.
Novax is actually fairly good in the tier at least, so I think this is reasonable.
In this pool, he is. Yes, Novax is one of the better players.
You know who I think is going to win? The Battling Professor.
Battling Professor to win everything. No, Novax to win. Just pick agree though.
The pick says the Battling Professor. I'm kidding. It's just Geo.
All right.
The pick believes.
The pick believes in the bat. The pick believes in the Battling Professor.
No, it actually doesn't.
All right. Geo.
Because you predicted against the Battling Professor.
All right. Monetize.
But yeah, this is one of those times where I want the pick to be correct.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Yes, we would actually root for Geo here. Monotype. Yeah. Monotype. We have a highlight match here. Captain Kraken versus Hammy. A good matchup, this one.
Underrated.
Two good mono players going at it. Captain Kraken 2-0, Hammy 1-1. Who do you think?
I don't know. What do you think?
This will be a close one, but I think I'm going Kraken.
That's fair and reasonable. I will agree.
Alright. Captain Kraken to go 3-0 because he's been dominating. Alright. Spick agree, though?
The pick does not agree, but honestly, it's not an outlandish disagreement.
It is not. Hammy does have the tools, and it's monotype, so it's a matchup based here. It's luck based. Alright.
It sounds like you're finally seeing the hype behind Hammy, even if you are still predicting against him.
I am still predicting against him. He needs to show up just one more time. One more time. Alright. Crow Crumbs versus Tenebraside in Doubles OU, and you know exactly who I'm going for.
Yup. The battling professor.
Stop it! We've run that joke to the ground now.
I know. I'll stop. I just thought that would catch you off guard.
Alright, Tenebraside. Tenebraside showed up. He's 2-0. He's good. Does Pig agree?
No.
Crow Crumbs? Alright.
Yes.
National Dex. The final game, we have Churro Jr. versus CeeLo. Do you think CeeLo's washed?
Maybe, but even a washed CeeLo can still be good, right?
You can, but Churro Jr. did show up and won against Omar.
Yeah. I think beating CeeLo would be more impressive than that, though.
Okay. I'm going with Churro, personally.
Oh, okay.
Betting man. It might be a little less slightly betting man though, because I do think Churro has a chance.
Maybe. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me a ton if Churro wins, but I'm still going CeeLo.
No, you should be going for the battling professor.
God damn it.
All right. Who would this pick side with?
It sides with me.
CeeLo. And that is it for the week 3 predictions. Hope you guys enjoyed. And this tour is sponsored by the Battling Professor.
Yup.
We're not crazy. He's gonna win everything. All right.
Hold on here.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it, woman. Why do you have so much power? Don't do it. Everything is a battling. I guess we'll end things off here. So thank you guys so much for watching. Please like the video, leave a comment, and subscribe. Click that notification bell so you wouldn't miss a video once it comes out. We'll see you guys next week. Hopefully with less of this.
What do you mean? Who doesn't love the battling professor?
You clearly do. Alright.
Come on, everyone loves the battling professor.
Alright, thank you guys so much for watching. This has been Mikoi, signing out.
Bye-bye.